Have you ever noticed how some pains cling to us, like a shadow refusing to disappear even when the light shines brightest? It is a peculiar ache, isn't it? Not always sharp or loud, but a persistent, quiet hum beneath the surface of our days. It's the phantom weight of a loss that time was supposed to have healed, the sting of a regret that logic tells us we should have moved past long ago. It is the echo of a conversation that ended years ago, replaying itself in the silent theater of the mind during a sleepless night. It is a ghost that sits with you in an empty chair, a cold spot in an otherwise warm room. It is the feeling that a part of you is still stuck back there, tethered to a moment in time, while the rest of you is forced to walk forward. This lingering pain can feel like a fundamental part of who we are, a defining feature of our inner landscape. We may even build our lives around it, making quiet accommodations for its presence, careful not to disturb it, lest it roar back to life. We tell ourselves its story over and over, sometimes as a warning, sometimes as a lament, sometimes as a badge of survival. But the story and the carrying of it is heavy work. It is exhausting tonight, as the world quiets and the clamor of the day softens into a deep and profound stillness. We will turn our gaze inward. We will not do this to wage war on that lingering ache, for battles so often strengthen the very thing we are fighting. Waging war against a shadow only makes us flail in the dark. Instead, we will approach it with a gentle curiosity, a quiet courage born not of aggression, but of a deep desire for peace. We will seek to understand its true nature, to listen to the whispers beneath its roar, and then, with newfound wisdom, we will finally learn how to gently, lovingly set it free. This is not a journey of erasure, for what is lived is part of us. It is a journey of integration and release. It is a journey toward wholeness. It is a journey home to the quiet, peaceful center of your own being. Let us begin our journey together with a story. It is an old story, one that has been carried across mountains and through valleys on the breath of countless teachers, each one polishing it with their own understanding. It speaks of two monks, one old and one young, traveling together on a long and dusty road that wound through the countryside like a ribbon of ochre silk. The sun was high and warm, casting sharp shadows from the bamboo groves that lined their path. For many hours, they walked in a companionable silence, their steps a steady, meditative rhythm on the earth. Their saffron robes a slash of color against the vibrant green of the landscape. Their destination was a monastery nestled in the cool hills, a place they hoped to reach by nightfall. The older monk walked with a serene lightness, his eyes taking in the flight of a dragonfly, the texture of a stone, the scent of the damp earth. The younger monk walked with his head slightly bowed, his mind preoccupied with the rigors of his practice and the long road ahead. As the afternoon wore on, they approached a wide, unbridged river. Recent rains in the distant mountains had turned it from a gentle stream into a turbulent, muddy torrent. The current was swift and strong, pulling at the reeds along the bank. Standing at the water's edge was a young woman dressed in fine, pale silks. She was wringing her hands, her face a mask of anxiety. She needed to get to the village on the other side, but was clearly afraid to cross, knowing the powerful current could easily sweep her off her feet and ruin her beautiful garments. She looked at the two approaching monks with a mixture of hope and apprehension. The younger monk, seeing her, immediately averted his gaze and took a step back. He clutched the strap of his satchel, his mind instantly reciting the precepts of their order. A monk must not make physical contact with a woman. It is a vow of detachment, a rule to guard the mind from temptation and complication. His inner world became a rigid landscape of rules and judgments. He saw the situation only through this lens, a problem to be avoided. The older monk, however, saw something different. He saw not a temptation or a rule to be broken, but simply a human being in need of help. His compassion was as natural and unthinking as breathing. Without a word, he walked directly to the young woman, a kind and reassuring smile on his face. He bowed his head slightly, then knelt down, offering her his strong back. She looked startled for a moment, her eyes darting to the disapproving face of the younger monk, and then back to the unwavering calm of the older one. Hesitantly, she accepted. He stood up with ease, her slight weight no trouble for him, and began to walk steadily into the churning water. He chose his footing carefully on the slippery stones, the cold water swirling around his knees, then his waist. He carried her across the deepest, most turbulent part of the current and gently set her down on the dry ground of the other side. She bowed deeply, her voice full of gratitude as she thanked him before gathering her silks and hurrying on her way. The older monk waded back across the river, his wet robes clinging to him, and rejoined his companion. They resumed their journey, but the silence was now gone. Or rather, the outer silence remained, but the inner world of the younger monk was a deafening cacophony. He was agitated, his brow deeply furrowed. He stewed in his thoughts, his mind churning like the river they had just crossed. He replayed the scene again and again. He touched her, he lifted her. He broke a sacred vow, a cornerstone of our practice, and he did it so casually, without a moment's hesitation. What does this say about his discipline, about his respect for the teachings? The younger monk's mind began to build a formidable case. Each step on the dusty road became a punctuation mark in his silent, internal prosecution. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in magnificent, fiery hues of orange and rose. But the younger monk saw none of it. His entire reality had collapsed into the memory of the event by the river. The weight of his judgment felt righteous, important, a burden he had to carry for the sake of his order. Finally, as the first temple bells began to sound in the evening air, signaling that they were near their destination, the younger monk could contain his righteous indignation no longer. He stopped, forcing the older monk to turn and face him. He burst out, his voice thick with accusation. "Brother, how could you do that? You know our most sacred vows. We are not to touch a woman, let alone carry one in our arms. It is forbidden. How could you break our precepts so easily, so thoughtlessly, in front of me, a junior who looks to you for guidance?" The older monk looked at his companion. His eyes were not filled with defense or anger or shame, but with a deep, bottomless well of gentle, questioning calm. A soft, knowing smile touched the corners of his lips. He let the younger monk's torrent of words rush past him, just as the river had rushed past his legs. When the silence returned, he replied with a voice that was as quiet as the evening air. "Brother," he said, "I set that woman down by the river hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" Here, in this simple, profound exchange, lies the very heart of our exploration tonight. We all carry things. We all have women, or men, or words, or moments that we failed to set down on the riverbank. Like the younger monk, we often believe our burden is justified, even necessary. We feel wronged, we feel hurt, we feel the sharp, undeniable sting of an injustice. Our magnificent minds, in an effort to protect us, build a powerful case. They gather evidence, call witnesses from our memory, and replay the offending scene over and over again. Each replay sharpens the image, deepens the emotional groove, adds another layer of paint to the story. We believe that by holding on to this story, by continuing to carry the person or the event, we are somehow honoring the truth of what happened, protecting ourselves from its recurrence, or holding the world to account. But what are we truly doing? The cause of the initial pain, the event itself, is in the past. It is over. The river was crossed. The woman continued on her journey. The moment dissolved back into the great, ceaseless stream of time, as all moments inevitably do. Yet, the mind, in its incredible and often unconscious power, creates a ghost. It builds an echo chamber, a vast empty room within our consciousness. And in this silent, cavernous room, the sound of that single moment, that single word, that single action, is allowed to reverberate endlessly. This is the fundamental nature of lingering pain. It is rarely the original wound that continues to cause us such suffering. It is the echo of the wound. It is the story we tell ourselves about the wound, a story we edit, embellish, and recite daily. It is the vast reservoir of mental and emotional energy we pour into the task of keeping the memory alive, hot and relevant. The older monk had the experience, but he did not cling to it. He was fully present in the compassionate act of helping. And when the act was complete, he was fully present in the act of walking. He left the experience on the riverbank where it belonged. It was a closed chapter. The younger monk, however, took the experience and turned it into an ongoing narrative. He picked it up, wrapped it in the heavy fabric of his rigid beliefs, his judgments, his ego, and his identity as a good monk, and he carried it as an invisible, yet crushing, weight upon his soul. The metaphor that serves us best here is that of an echo in an empty room. Imagine yourself standing in a vast, empty cathedral. The air is still and heavy with silence. You shout a single word, betrayed, or lost, or unloved. The word itself, the physical vibration in the air, is gone in less than a second. But its reflection, its sonic ghost, begins a long journey. It bounces from the cold stone floor to the high, vaulted ceiling, from one massive pillar to another. It returns to you, changed, fainter, yet still recognizable. It continues this dance, this reverberation, for a surprisingly long time, defining the silence, making the vast emptiness of the space feel haunted and alive with that single, originating sound. Our lingering pains are precisely this: a hurtful comment, a sudden loss, a shocking betrayal in the grand scheme of our lives. It is a single sound uttered in a single moment. But we provide the empty room. We keep the space clear for the echo to bounce around in. We do this by unconsciously dedicating a part of our mind to serve as this resonant chamber. We furnish it with our rumination. We maintain it with our resentment. We protect it with our justifications. We keep the pain alive by identifying with it, by making it a cornerstone of our personal narrative. I am the one who was wronged. I am the one who failed. I am the person who can't trust anyone because of what happened. This clinging is not a character flaw or a sign of weakness. It is a deeply human tendency, born from the mind's primordial mission to make sense of the world and protect the self from future harm. The mind thinks, with a certain primitive logic, if I never forget this pain, if I keep it close and fresh, I will never be so foolish, so vulnerable, so naive as to let it happen again. But in this very act of holding on, a strategy of safety, it inadvertently prevents healing. It keeps the wound open, raw, and exquisitely sensitive to the slightest touch. True release, true peace, does not come from forgetting. You will likely never forget the significant events that have shaped you. Release comes from letting the echo finally fade. It comes from walking out of the empty cathedral of the past and into the vibrant, sunlit, and ever-new soundscape of the present moment. It comes from learning to let the story go, even when the memory remains. Let us take a moment now, a sacred pause, for a quiet reflection. There is no need to strive or force anything. Simply allow a space to open within you, a space of gentle, non-judgmental awareness. Wherever you are, find a comfortable position. Allow your body to feel its own weight, its own substance. Feel the points of contact between you and the surface that supports you, a chair, the floor, your bed. Take a slow, gentle breath in through your nose, feeling the air as a cool, clean presence, and then release that breath with a long, soft sigh out through your mouth. Let go of the day, let go of the noise. With your next breath, I invite you to gently and kindly ask yourself, what echo is sounding in my room? Without digging for trauma, without needing to analyze or fix, can you simply allow one to surface? What is the lingering pain you have been carrying? It may be old or new, a profound sorrow or a subtle, chronic ache of disappointment. Just see what presents itself to your quieted awareness. Perhaps it is a sense of failure from a past endeavor. Perhaps it is a grief that feels as fresh today as it did years ago. Perhaps it is the ghost of a harsh word spoken to you by a parent or a lover. See if you can locate this echo not just as a story in your head, but as a feeling, a physical sensation in your body. Is there a familiar tightness in your chest when you think of it? A hollow, cold feeling in your stomach? A persistent tension in your shoulders or your jaw? Just notice it. Greet it not as an intruder, but as a part of you that is asking for attention. Acknowledge its presence with a quiet, internal nod. Ah, there you are. I see you. I feel you. Now, hold the story of the two monks in your awareness. In what way might you be unconsciously holding on to this feeling, this echo? Are you replaying the scene in your mind's eye? Are you still arguing with the other person in your head, saying all the things you wish you had said? Are you carrying the hidden belief that letting go of the pain would somehow invalidate your experience or let someone off the hook? There are no right or wrong answers here. This is simply an honest inquiry, a gentle turning of the soil of your inner world to let some air in. The older monk was not cold or unfeeling. He was profoundly free. He understood that true compassion does not require us to carry the world's burdens as our own, only to act with a full and present heart in the moment we are in. Peace does not come from a life devoid of difficult encounters. It comes from mastering the sacred art of learning not to carry them with us long after they are over. As we sit in this stillness together, listen. Listen past the intricate plot of the story, past the clever justifications of the mind. Can you hear it? The faint, persistent reverberation, the echo of a sound long since silenced, the ghost in the machine. We close this first part of our journey with an open question, one to hold gently in your heart. It is not a question to be answered with words, but to be felt with your entire being. What is the burden you believe you must carry? And what would it feel like, right now, to simply imagine setting it down on the ground beside you, just for the length of one single breath? This act of carrying, this unconscious clinging that the younger monk so perfectly demonstrated, is not a random malfunction of the mind. It is rooted in something far deeper within our human experience, a concept that great spiritual traditions have examined with microscopic precision for millennia. It is the powerful force of attachment, and to truly understand how to set up burdens down for good, we must first understand the intricate and often invisible mechanism of why we pick them up in the first place. We must trace the echo back to its source, not to the event itself, but to the nature of our own hearts, desperate, beautiful, and painful longing. Let us now journey in our minds to a garden, not a grand, formal garden with manicured hedges and rigid pathways, but a small, secluded, slightly wild space, walled with old stone and dappled with sunlight. This garden was tended by a man who loved it with a quiet, fierce devotion. He was not a young man. His hands were gnarled and stained with soil, his face a map of seasons spent in the sun and wind. He had come to know the language of the garden, subtle droop of a leaf asking for water, the joyous unfurling of a fern, the patient strength of a dormant seed. In the center of this garden, he had nurtured one particular prize, a flower of such rare and exquisite beauty that visitors, the few he allowed, would fall silent when they saw it. It was a type of lily, but one of a color he had never seen before. Its petals held the precise hue of a dawn sky in summer, a delicate, impossible blend of softest pink and luminous gold. Its fragrance was not overpowering, but a gentle, clean perfume that seemed to whisper of peace and stillness. The gardener tended to this flower with a devotion that bordered on worship. He had built a small shelter of bamboo to protect it from the harshest midday sun. He measured its water precisely, using rainwater he collected in a clay barrel. He would spend hours simply sitting on a small wooden stool before it, not doing anything, just being in its presence. His heart would swell with a mixture of pride, joy, and a deep, soul-settling contentment. The flower was, to him, the embodiment of perfection. It was a fixed point of beauty, a testament to the possibility of flawlessness in a messy and unpredictable world. He had poured his love into it, and its perfection felt like his perfection. Its beauty felt like his beauty. But the universe has one unbreakable rule: all things that are born must also grow, change, and eventually fade. This is the sacred rhythm of life, the music to which all things dance. The season turned, the air grew cooler in the evenings, and the flower, having reached its absolute peak of glory, began the slow, graceful process of decline. The vibrant pink and gold of its petals softened, day by day, to a pale, tired cream, then to a papery, translucent brown. The proud, elegant edges curled inward, as if the flower were drawing back into itself. The sweet fragrance vanished, replaced by the faint, earthy scent of decay. The gardener was consumed by a grief that was baffling in its intensity. He looked at the wilting blossom not as a natural and necessary part of a cycle, but as a personal failure, a deep wound, a tragedy. "It cannot be," he would whisper to the drooping stalk each morning, his voice catching in his throat. "You were so beautiful. You were perfect. What did I do wrong?" He refused to cut the withered bloom from the stalk, as his gardener's wisdom told him he should. He held on to a desperate, irrational hope that he could somehow coax the life back into it, that his love could reverse the flow of time. He would sit before it for hours, his mind now a prison of memories. He was no longer seeing the garden before him. He was seeing only the ghost of the flower in its prime. His attachment to the flower's past beauty, his desperate white-knuckled clinging to the image of what it had been, blinded him completely to the present beauty of the rest of the garden. He didn't notice the resilient, crimson leaves of the Japanese maple or the new, tender buds forming on the rose bush nearby. He didn't feel the patient, loving strength of the earth beneath his feet, already preparing for its winter sleep and spring's rebirth. He saw none of it. His entire, vibrant world had shrunk to this one single point of loss, this one brown, withered monument to a past perfection. He was in profound pain, not because the flower had withered, for that is what flowers do, because he could not, would not, accept that it had. This gardener's quiet, desperate sorrow is our own. His story is a powerful parable for the very root of our lingering pain, the force of attachment. In the Buddhist tradition, this concept is called upadana. This word is often translated as attachment, but its meaning is more active, more visceral. It translates more accurately as clinging, grasping, or fueling. It is the energy source that keeps the fire of suffering burning. This clinging is the fundamental resistance of the human mind to one of life's most profound, inescapable, and ultimately liberating truths, impermanence or anicca. Everything changes. Everything is in a state of constant flux. Your body is different than it was a year ago, a minute ago. Your thoughts are a flowing stream, not a fixed tablet of stone. Your feelings are like the weather, constantly shifting. Our relationships, our careers, our health, the world around us is all a ceaseless, dynamic, unfolding process. The flower blooms and the flower withers. The sun rises and the sun sets. A moment of joy arrives and a moment of joy passes. Our suffering, the deep, lingering kind, arises not from the change itself, but from our profound resistance to it. Like the grieving gardener, we fall in love with a particular state of being a happy and passionate romance, a successful and fulfilling career, a period of vibrant good health, a feeling of deep spiritual peace. We grasp it with our minds and hearts, and we try to make it permanent. We build a gilded frame around it in our minds and say, this is what is real. This is how things should always be. And so, when life, in its natural, flowing, river-like way, inevitably moves on, we are left clinging to an empty frame, our hearts breaking as we mourn the picture that is no longer there. This is the very source of the echo we spoke of. The echo is the sound of our own mind crying out in protest against the current of life. The lingering pain is the friction burn we get on the palms of our soul, from holding on to the rope while the great ship of reality sails ever onward. Let us use a different metaphor now to explore this unfolding of our lives. An ancient unfurling scroll. Imagine your life as a single, continuous manuscript, a scroll of immense length. It is being painted by an unseen hand, and it is being slowly, inexorably unfurled before you, moment by precious moment. Each scene is new, painted with incredible, vivid detail. There are scenes of breathtaking beauty, the birth of a child, the view from a mountaintop. There are scenes of quiet contemplation, reading a book on a rainy afternoon. There are scenes of heart-wrenching sorrow, a final goodbye, a painful betrayal. And there are vast stretches of simple, ordinary, everyday existence. The connective tissue of our lives, attachment or clinging, is when we arrive at a scene we particularly love and we try to stop the unfurling. We place our hands firmly on the delicate parchment and say, "No, not yet. Let me stay here. This is where I belong." We try to build a home in a scene that was meant only to be a beautiful part of the journey. Or, perhaps more commonly, we encounter a scene of great pain, and long after the scroll has moved on, we keep trying to roll it back, to obsessively re-examine that dark, painful image. We stare at it, analyze it, try to understand it, try to somehow change the ink that is already long since dry. We resist the changing narrative. We argue with the story that has already been written and is now in the past. But the scroll of life only unfurls in one direction, forward. By resisting, we do not stop its movement. We only create a deep, painful crease. In the parchment, we create a place of permanent tension and suffering for ourselves. The true art of living, the secret path to releasing lingering pain, is to learn how to read the scroll as it unfolds. It is to learn how to fully inhabit and appreciate the beauty of each scene without needing it to last forever. And it is to learn how to endure the painful scenes with the deep, embodied wisdom that they, too, are only one scene and that they, too, will pass. It is the art of keeping our hands light upon the scroll, to feel the texture of the parchment, to see the richness of the ink, but to never, ever try to stop its sacred, relentless, and beautiful movement. When we cling to a past joy, like the gardener clinging to his perfect flower, we miss the 1,000 other joys that are present now, in this new scene. When we cling to a past hurt, we project its long, dark shadow over the clean, unpainted parchment of our future, staining it before it has even had a chance to appear. Our attachment to what was prevents us from fully, truly living what is. Let us return now to that quiet, sacred space within. Take another slow, deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs, a gift of this present moment, and then release it completely, letting go of all that came before it. Bring to mind again that lingering pain we identified earlier, that echo, that weight, now with the story of the gardener and his withered flower held gently in your heart. Let us look a little deeper. Let us trace the root of the clinging. Can you see, just behind the pain of the event itself, a powerful longing for things to have been different? A deep and profound resistance to the way the scroll of your life actually unfurled. Perhaps the pain is of a relationship that ended. The initial wound is the separation, but the lingering echo is the attachment not just to the person, but to the future you had painted with them. The shared home, the inside jokes, the comfortable companionship, the dreams for old age. You are not just mourning the person, you are mourning the loss of a favorite story. A beautiful scene on the scroll you desperately wanted to live in forever. Perhaps the pain is of a professional failure, a mistake you made that had consequences. The event is done, but the lingering shame is the attachment to an image of yourself as someone who is competent, successful, and doesn't make such mistakes. The pain is fueled by the resistance to accepting your own beautiful, messy, human imperfection. Gently, and with immense kindness for yourself, ask this question: what am I resisting? What truth about the past or the present am I unwilling to accept? What withered flower am I still watering with my tears, hoping it will bloom again? Visualize this attachment not as a flaw, but as a tightly clenched fist in the center of your heart. You are holding on so tightly, trying to preserve something you believe is precious, or trying to fight something you believe is unjust. Feel the tension in that fist. Feel the strain in your spiritual muscles from this constant, exhausting clenchying. Now, just as an experiment, just in your imagination, what would it feel like to soften your grip, just by 5%? What if you could look at the withered flower of your past not as a tragedy, but as a natural, poignant part of your garden's life story? What if you could honor its past beauty without demanding it remain forever? What if you could look at that dark, painful scene on the unfurling scroll. Acknowledge that the ink is dry and the story has moved on, and then gently, with immense courage, lift your gaze to the fresh, clean, unpainted parchment of this very moment. The nature of our attachment is the key that unlocks the door of our prison. Understanding it is not about blaming ourselves for being human and for clinging. It is about illuminating the intricate mechanics of our own suffering. For it is only when we see the bars of our self-made cage clearly that we can finally find the door. We carry the woman because we are attached to our identity as a root. The gardener suffers because he is attached to the flower's perfect bloom. And we suffer because we are attached to a past that no longer exists, or a future that never was. Our resistance to reality is the source of all the friction. And this resistance is so often fueled by a deeper, more powerful illusion. The illusion that we should be able to control the uncontrollable. This desire for control is the very thing that makes us pick up the heavy, burning stone that we, and only we, insist on carrying. There is a stark and powerful story from the Buddhist tradition, a story that acts like a splash of cold water, waking us up to a difficult truth. It is about a man who was deeply, grievously insulted by another man in his village. The words spoken to him were not merely unkind. They were like venom, crafted to wound his pride and poison his standing in the community. They seeped into his being, and from that moment on, his peace was shattered. He was consumed by a burning, obsessive rage and a desperate, all-consuming need for retribution. Day and night, he could think of nothing else. The face of his enemy was burned into his mind's eye. The memory of the insult became the dark, hot sun around which his entire world now revolved. His food lost its taste. The laughter of his children became a distant, irritating noise, and his work suffered. He was a man possessed by his own hatred. After weeks of this torment, he devised a plan for revenge. It felt perfect in its brutal symmetry. He knew the path his enemy took home from the market each evening. He would wait for him to pass by his house, and from a second-story window, he would hurl a heavy, jagged stone down upon him. But this was not enough. A simple blow wouldn't carry the full weight of his hatred. He wanted the act to be perfect, to be memorable. So, he went to the hot coals of his cooking fire, and with a pair of tongs, he selected a large, glowing ember. He then dropped the tongs, and in a surge of furious determination, he picked up the hot coal with his bare hand. He intended to hold it until his enemy appeared, using its intense heat to warm the stone, to make the blow not just crushing, but searingly painful. He stood by the window, his body tense, his eyes scanning the path. In his right hand, he clutched the heavy stone. In his left, he held the glowing coal. The pain in his palm was immediate and excruciating. His flesh began to blister, the sickening smell of his own burning skin filling his nostrils. His nervous system screamed at him to drop it, to plunge his hand into water. But his mind was so fanatically fixed on the future moment of revenge, so completely locked into the desire to control the outcome and inflict his pain upon another, that he was barely aware of the immediate, intense, and very real pain he was inflicting upon himself. He was so focused on the stone he wanted to throw that he did not realize the fire was already in his own hand. He was so desperate to burn his enemy that he did not realize he was the only one being burned. This story is a stark and profound metaphor for so much of our lingering pain. The anger, the resentment, the bitterness, the obsessive regret, the desperate need for things to have gone differently, these are all hot coals that we hold in our own hands. We hold them with a white-knuckled grip, believing they are a tool, a weapon, a necessity. We believe we are holding them in preparation to throw them at someone else, or at the unjust past itself. Our mind, in its justification, whispers to us, if I stay angry, I am holding them accountable for what they did. If I refuse to forgive, I am punishing them for the hurt they caused. If I worry incessantly about the future, I can prevent bad things from happening. We believe this burning coal is a weapon aimed outward, but all along, we are the only ones being seared by its unbearable heat. The core teaching here, the lesson that can truly set us free, is about the profound and deeply ingrained illusion of control. We walk through life as if we are carrying an immense, invisible burden, a heavy stone in our backpack. We feel its weight in every step, in every interaction. We grow accustomed to the ache in our shoulders and the strain in our backs, and we come to believe that this weight is necessary, that it is simply the price of being a responsible, caring adult. This stone is forged from our relentless desire to manage outcomes, to dictate the feelings and actions of others, to rewrite the unchangeable past, and to secure a future that is fundamentally unknowable. It is the colossal weight of all our shoulds and should nots. He should not have said that to me. I should have known better. My children should be happier. This illness should not be happening. Each of these thoughts, however understandable, is a futile attempt to exert control over a reality that is fundamentally, beautifully, and terrifyingly uncontrollable. Like a person standing on the shore and shouting commands at the tide to stop, our efforts are not only useless, they are the very source of our exhaustion. The tide will do what it does. The past is a country to which we can never return. Other people are vast, complex universes, of their own, with their own thoughts, feelings, and destinies. The energy we expend in resisting these fundamental truths is the energy of our suffering. The weight of this stone manifests in our bodies. It is the chronic tension in our shoulders as we try to carry the emotional responsibility for our loved one's happiness. It is the knot of anxiety that lives in our stomach as our mind endlessly games out every possible negative future scenario, trying to preemptively solve problems that have not and may never occur. It is the deep, soul-level exhaustion we feel as we continually fight battles in our minds that, in reality, are already long over. True peace, the genuine release of lingering pain, comes from the startlingly simple, yet profoundly difficult, act of surrender. Surrender, in this spiritual context, does not mean defeat, apathy, or passivity. It is not giving up. It is the act of giving over. It is the wise, courageous, and clear-eyed recognition of what is within our control and what is not. And the radical, liberating truth is this: very, very little is actually within our control. We cannot control the weather. We cannot control the global economy. We cannot control the inevitable aging of our bodies. We cannot, through sheer force of will, control what another person truly thinks, feels, or does. The only domain where we can ever truly hope to exercise some mastery is our own inner world, our own response, our own perspective, our own actions. This is our kingdom, and we have been largely ignoring it because we have been so busy trying to conquer the kingdoms of others. The man with the hot coal had a choice, at any given second, to simply open his hand and let the coal drop to the floor. The searing pain would have stopped instantly. His liberation was not in the future act of throwing the stone. It was in the present moment possibility of opening his hand. His attachment to revenge, his desperate need to control the scales of justice, was the only thing keeping his fist clenched around his own agony. Let us return to that quiet, inner space. Settle into your body once more. Feel the gentle, rhythmic rise and fall of your chest with each breath. You are here. You are safe in this moment. The past is not here. The future is not here. There is only the breath, only this stillness. Now, I invite you to visualize that heavy stone we spoke of, the one you have been carrying in your own invisible backpack. For some, it may feel like a single, massive boulder, a singular, crushing weight. For others, it may be a sack full of smaller, jagged rocks, each one a different worry, a different resentment, a different regret. This is the weight of all the things you are trying to control. Let's give some of them names, silently, in the privacy of our own hearts. The stone of needing a specific person's approval or love. The stone of trying to fix a friend or a family member. The heavy, jagged stone of regretting a past decision, a choice you made years ago that you keep relitigating in your mind, wishing with all your might you could go back and change it. The heavy, dense stone of worrying about your health, your finances, your children's futures. Feel the collective weight of these stones. Feel how they have been pressing down on you, tiring you, shaping your posture, influencing how you walk through the world. Acknowledge the noble intention behind carrying them. You didn't pick them up to harm yourself. You picked them up because you thought they would keep you or your loved ones safe. You believed their weight was the price of responsibility, the cost of caring deeply. So, thank yourself for trying so hard. Thank yourself for being willing to carry so much for so long out of love and fear. Now, with the potent image of the man with the hot coal held firmly in your mind, let's be ruthlessly, compassionately honest with ourselves. Who is being truly burdened by this weight? Who is being burned by this constant, effortful control? See if you can identify one primary area in your life right now where you are trying your hardest to control the uncontrollable. Is it a relationship where you are desperate for the other person to change? Is it a situation at work where you are consumed with an outcome you cannot dictate? Is it your own emotional state where you are fighting your sadness or your anxiety, trying to force yourself to feel something different? Just notice it. See the clenched fist of your mind wrapped tightly around this situation. Feel the tension. What if, just for this moment, right here in this sanctuary of stillness, you could experiment with surrender? What if you could gently, mentally unclench that fist? What if you could imagine reaching into your backpack, pulling out that one heavy stone and setting it down on the ground beside you? You don't have to get rid of it forever. This is just an experiment. Just set it down for a moment and observe what happens. Take a full, deep breath as you imagine the stone, leaving your grasp. What happens to your body when you imagine letting go of that specific struggle? Is there a softening anywhere? A release of tension in your neck or your shoulders? A feeling of lightness, however subtle? Is there a quiet space opening up inside? You wear the weight and the effort used to be. This is the liberation of surrender. It is the stunning discovery that the peace we have been desperately seeking is not found in finally winning the fight, but in the profound realization that we don't have to fight this particular battle at all. We can simply drop the stone. We can open our hand and let the hot coal fall. The path to this surrender is paved with a deep acceptance of impermanence, that great flowing river of existence. To let go of the need for control is to learn to trust the current, to understand that fighting it only leads to exhaustion and drowning, while flowing with it leads to a different kind of strength, a different kind of buoyant grace. What weight? Might you be ready to drop today? What hot coal are you finally willing to release from your grasp? As you ponder this, you may feel a surge of fear, a resistance, a voice that says, if I let go, everything will fall apart. That is the voice of the ego, terrified of losing its job as the general manager of the universe. Acknowledge that fear, and then gently ask yourself, is my clinging and controlling truly holding everything together, or is it just burning my hand? Perhaps it is time to stop clinging to the edge of the pool and discover, to our astonishment, that we can, in fact, float. Perhaps it is time to finally feel the river's embrace. There is a timeless Zen story, passed from master to student for generations, of a young, exceptionally earnest student and his wise old master. The student was brilliant and dedicated, but he was perpetually troubled. His mind was a whirlwind of anxieties about his practice. Am I making progress? Am I doing it right? When will I achieve enlightenment? He felt spiritually stuck, as if he were pushing with all his might against a great, unmovable wall. His desire for a permanent state of peace was paradoxically the very source of his constant turmoil. One bright, clear morning, the student approached the master, his face etched with frustration. "Master," he began, his voice tight with strain, "I feel so much turmoil. My thoughts are relentless and contradictory. My feelings are a chaotic sea, constantly changing. One day, I feel a profound sense of peace and connection during meditation, and I think, this is it. I've found it. But the very next day, I am filled with doubt, boredom, and irritation. How can I find a state of permanent, unshakable calm? How can I hold on to the moments of clarity and get rid of the moments of confusion and pain forever?" The master listened patiently, his eyes kind, a faint smile on his lips. When the student had finished his torrent of questions, the master simply gestured for him to follow. He led the student away from the temple grounds, down a winding path, to the bank of a great river. The water was wide and green, flowing with a silent, inexorable power. They stood together on the bank for a long time, just watching the water flow. Finally, the master spoke. "Look," he said, his voice as calm as the deep water. "What do you see?" The student, slightly confused by the simplicity of the question, replied, "I see the river, master. It is flowing." "Good," said the master. "Now, go and bring me a bucket of the river that is now. I want to examine this present moment of the river." The student, though perplexed, was obedient. He found an old wooden bucket nearby, dipped it into the swift-moving water, and carried it, sloshing, back to the master. "Here it is," he said, a little proud of his efficiency. "This is the river of now." The master peered into the bucket of still water. He then looked back at the vast, flowing river. "No," he said gently, but with absolute certainty, "this is not the river. The specific water that was here when you dipped your bucket is already miles downstream, already mingling with new streams, already on its way to the great ocean. This," he said, pointing to the bucket, "is just a bucket of stagnant water. You have captured a memory of the river, but you have lost its essence. Its essence is its movement, its aliveness. You cannot grasp the river. You can only experience its flow." The master then pointed to a single, yellow leaf that had fallen from a tree and was now floating on the surface. "Watch that leaf," he instructed. "It does not fight the current. It does not try to speed up to reach its destination faster, nor does it try to slow down to savor a pleasant patch of sunlight. It does not cling to the bank in fear, nor does it despair when it is pulled into a temporary, chaotic swirl. It simply dances with the water. It surrenders to the flow. It is a part of the river. This, my student, is our practice. To cease being the anxious man with the bucket and to become the leaf. This beautiful story brings us to the very heart of the Buddhist path, to a teaching so fundamental, so profound, that it underpins all others. It is the teaching of anicca, the Pali word for impermanence. It is the direct, experiential answer to the illusion of control that causes us so much pain. The reason we cannot control life is because life is not a fixed object, like a stone. It is a dynamic, ever-changing, unstoppable process. It is a river dot, our lingering pain, our echoes in the empty room, our attachments to withered flowers. They are all, at their core, a form of trying to bucket the river. We have a joyful experience. We have a joyful experience. Fall in love. We achieve a goal. We feel a moment of perfect connection with our child, and in our delight, we frantically scoop it up. We hold it in the bucket of our memory and we declare, this is it. This is happiness. I must keep this forever. But the life, the vitality, the exhilarating aliveness of that moment was inextricably part of its flow. The moment we try to possess it, to make it static, it dies. It becomes just a memory, a story, a stagnant bucket of water, while the great river of actual life has already moved on, offering new moments, new possibilities, new experiences that we are now missing because we are so busy guarding our bucket of old water. Likewise, and perhaps more powerfully, when we have a painful experience, devastating loss, a humiliating failure, a deep betrayal, we scoop up that water, too. We carry this heavy, murky bucket with us everywhere we go. We stare into it for hours, analyzing its contents, swirling it around, lamenting its dirty, painful quality. We define ourselves by the contents of this bucket. I am the person with the bucket of betrayal water. We carry it for so long, we forget that the vast, clean, powerful river from which it came is constantly renewing itself, constantly flowing into a fresh, new, present moment, right here, right now. The core teaching of anicca is a call to learn how to live on the riverbank and eventually in the river itself, without the bucket. It is an invitation to embrace the transient, ephemeral, and flowing nature of all phenomena, especially and most importantly, our own inner world. Our thoughts are not solid, permanent things. They are like clouds passing in the vast sky of our awareness. Some are dark and stormy, some are white and fluffy, but all of them are just passing through. Our emotions are not permanent states of being. They are like weather patterns that move across the landscape of our soul. A sudden, violent thunderstorm of anger, a week of gentle, melancholic rain of sadness, a bright, cloudless, warm day of joy. They arise, they express themselves, and if we allow them to, they pass. Our suffering comes when we try to become the master of the weather, when we stand in the middle of a thunderstorm and shake our fist at the sky, shouting, "No, I demand sunshine. This rain is wrong." We only make ourselves miserable, exhausted, and hoarse. The wisdom of impermanence is in learning how to find shelter in the storm, to appreciate the way the rain washes the world clean, to feel its freshness on our skin, and to trust with a deep and abiding faith that the sun will eventually shine again. It always, always does. The metaphor of the flowing river is perhaps the most powerful and complete one we can use for this entire human journey. Life is this river. Your body, your mind, your relationships, your world is all. This river, to resist its ceaseless flow, is to create drag, turbulence, and spiritual exhaustion. It is to be constantly swimming upstream against a current that is infinitely more powerful than you are. To embrace its flow is to discover a dynamic, resilient, and ever-moving form of peace. It is to learn the art of becoming the leaf, dancing with the current, trusting that it is carrying you exactly where you need to go. It is the ultimate realization that you are not separate from the river. You are the river. The same incomprehensible energy that flows through galaxies and grows mountains is the very same energy that is breathing you right now. Let us take this moment to feel that sacred flow within our own being. Find your stillness once more. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands rest gently. Bring your full, undivided attention to your breath. Without trying to change it in any way, simply become the curious observer of it. Notice the subtle sensation of the air entering your nostrils. Perhaps it is cool, perhaps it is dry. Follow that stream of air as it travels down your throat and fills your lungs, creating a gentle expansion in your chest and belly. And then notice the moment of release, the turning of the tide, the letting go as you exhale. The air now warm and moist, given back to the world. Inhale and exhale. A wave comes to shore, and the wave recedes. This breath is your own personal, portable river. It is always flowing, always changing, from the moment of your birth to the moment of your death. You cannot hold onto an inhale. To try is to suffocate. You cannot refuse an exhale. It is in constant, life-giving, rhythmic motion. Let your breath, in this moment, be your master and your teacher of impermanence. Now, gently bring to mind again that lingering pain, that familiar feeling you carry. With this newfound understanding, see it not as a permanent stain on your soul, or an immovable boulder in your path. See it, instead, as a swirl, an eddy in the river of your being. It is a place where the current has become temporarily stuck, circling around a hidden rock of resistance, a rock of clinging and control. The rock is your attachment. It shouldn't have been this way. The eddy, the swirling, trapped water, is the lingering pain, the rumination, the story endlessly repeating as you continue to breathe in and out. Imagine that with each gentle, conscious exhale, you are softening the water around that rock. You are not trying to destroy the rock or fight the eddy. That would just create more turbulence. You are simply allowing the greater current of your life force, your awareness, your breath, to flow more freely around it, gently loosening its grip. Imagine that your specific thoughts and feelings about this pain are like old leaves and small twigs caught in that eddy. See them circling, trapped in the same pattern. The same old stories, the same old feelings of anger or sadness. Now, with your breath as the embodiment of the river's main current, imagine the powerful flow of life gently coaxing these leaves and twigs out of the swirl. See them being released, one by one, back into the main current, where they can finally continue their journey downstream, disappearing from your view. You don't have to force them out. You just have to stop reinforcing the eddy. Just allow the possibility of release. Allow the flow, the thought, "It wasn't fair," arises. See it as a leaf. Let the river take it. Watch it float by. The feeling of deep sadness wells up in your chest. See it as the deep, dark, cold water. Feel it fully, and then let it flow on, mingling with the rest of the river. A vivid memory of the event flashes in your mind. See it as a reflection on the water's surface, shimmering for a moment and then dissolving as the current moves and the light changes. What if peace is not the absence of all debris in the river of your life, but the profound realization that the river has the power to carry it all, and that the river always, always keeps flowing? We close this reflection with a question to hold in the current of your heart. How can you, in your daily life this week, begin to practice being the leaf? When a difficult emotion arises, can you meet it as the river meets a rock, not by crashing against it, but by flowing around it with persistent, gentle, yielding strength? When a moment of unexpected joy comes, can you experience it fully and drink it in, without immediately building a dam to try and hold it forever? To embrace him is to finally find our footing on shifting ground. It is the ultimate act of surrender to what is. And from this radical place of surrender, a new and powerful practice becomes possible. It is the practice of non-clinging, of learning to live life, to love life, and to feel life, all with a profoundly, beautifully open hand. Let us now turn our attention to a scene from everyday life, one you may have witnessed in a park or even experienced in your own childhood. Picture a small child, perhaps 4 years old, sitting in a sandbox on a bright, sunny afternoon. In his hand, he is clutching a small, brightly colored toy car. It's a simple thing, made of red plastic, but to him, it is a treasure of immense value. It is his absolute favorite. His small knuckles are white, his grip so tight it seems the plastic might crack under the strain. He is lost in the world of the car, running it over the dunes of sand, making quiet engine noises. In this moment, he is happy. Then another child of a similar age comes over, drawn by the bright color of the toy. The second child doesn't speak, but simply points a curious finger toward the car, their face open and eager. They want to see it, to touch it, perhaps to play with it for just a moment. Instantly, the entire world of the first child changes. The joy he was feeling in playing with the car evaporates, replaced by a hot, sharp surge of fear. The fear of loss. His immediate, instinctual reaction is to pull the car back, to clutch it fiercely to his chest, as if it were a vital organ. His face clouds over, his brow furrows, and his body tenses. Mine, he says, the word, a wall, a shield. In that moment of clinging, his universe shrinks. The warmth of the sun on his back, the sound of other children laughing on the nearby swings, the vast, sandy landscape of potential play, it all disappears from his awareness. There is only the car and the perceived threat of its absence. He is no longer playing with the car. He is now working for the car. His job is to possess it, to guard it, and this job is filled with anxiety, not joy. A wise parent sees this small drama unfold. They come and sit quietly in the sand beside him, not to scold or to force a lesson in sharing, but to understand and to gently guide. The parent doesn't try to pry the toy from his clenched fingers. That would only reinforce the struggle. Instead, they might say, in a soft voice, "That's a beautiful red car. It's so much fun to hold it, isn't it? I wonder what it would feel like to watch its wheels roll down that big sand mountain over there." The parent might then pick up a simple stick and start drawing a road in the sand, inviting the other child to help. Slowly, cautiously, the first child watches this new game. He sees the easy joy of interaction, the fun of co-creation. He sees that letting go of a toy for a moment doesn't mean it's gone forever. His tight grip, which he thought was keeping him safe, was actually keeping him from a bigger, more interesting game. Hesitantly, tentatively, his fingers loosen their grip. He pushes the little red car forward, just an inch, watching its wheels turn on the new road. The other child laughs with delight and helps clear the path. A new kind of joy flickers in. The first child's heart a warmer, more expansive joy. It is not the tight, anxious joy of possession, but the open, flowing joy of connection, of play, of participation. He is learning one of life's most profound lessons: the tighter you hold on to something, the less you can actually do with it. To truly play with the car, to truly experience life, you must be willing to let it go. This simple, poignant vignette is the practice of non-clinging in its most elemental and observable form. Clinging, or upadana, as we have discussed, is the clenched fist. It is the child's desperate, fearful grip on the red car. Non-clinging, its perfect antidote, is the open hand. Lingering pain, in all its myriad forms, is a product of the clenched fist. It is our adult mind grasping just as tightly to a past hurt, a desired outcome, a fixed identity, or a story about how life was supposed to be. We believe this tight grip is protecting us, that our resentment is a shield, that our regret is a valuable lesson. But like the child in the sandbox, our clinging is only isolating us, shrinking our world, and replacing our vast potential for present moment joy with the cramped, anxious work of guarding the ghosts of the past. The core teaching of non-clinging is a radical and liberating reorientation of our entire relationship with life. It proposes that true freedom, true peace, and true sustainable joy come not from acquiring, achieving, and possessing, but from mastering the graceful, rhythmic dance of receiving and releasing. It is about participating fully in the grand, chaotic, beautiful dance of life without feeling the need to control the choreography or our dance partners. It is about learning to hold everything, our precious ideas, our complex relationships, our hard-won successes, our painful failures, and even our most profound spiritual insights with a light and gentle touch. The most potent and immediate symbol for this practice is the open hand. I invite you now to look at your own hand for a moment. Go ahead, if you can, hold it up before you. First, clench it tightly into a fist. Feel the tension in your fingers, in your palm, in your wrist, even up your arm. A clenched fist can hold onto one thing, a stone, a grudge, a fear very tightly. But notice its limitations. It cannot receive anything new. A hand clenched around a dollar cannot receive a diamond. It cannot feel the gentle touch of a cool breeze or the warmth of the sun. It cannot give a gift to another. It cannot hold another's hand in comfort or solidarity. It is a closed system, defensive, isolated, and braced for impact. Now, consciously and slowly, open your hand. Let the fingers unfurl and relax. Let the palm turn upward toward the sky. Feel the immediate release of tension. An open hand is vulnerable, yes. It is unprotected, but it is also ready. It is ready to receive a gift, from a raindrop to a kindness. It is ready to offer kindness, to share what it has. It is ready to feel the intricate texture of the world. It is ready to let a butterfly land on it, and it is ready to let that butterfly fly away when the moment comes, without any instinct to crush it or possess its beauty. The open hand is a physical posture that creates a spiritual state. It is a state of trust, of deep acceptance, of readiness, and of generosity. To approach life with open hands is the direct, practical antidote to the echo in the empty room. When a painful feeling like sadness or anger arises, instead of clenching, our mental fist around it and declaring my anger, my depression, my story of suffering. We can learn to meet it with an open hand. We can allow the feeling to arise and rest in the open palm of our awareness. We can say, with a neutral, compassionate curiosity, sadness is here. Hello, sadness. We can allow ourselves to feel its weight, its texture, its temperature in our open palm for a moment to honor its presence. And this is the key, we can allow it to leave when it is ready, without either pushing it away or desperately clinging to it. This is the middle path of wisdom that the Buddha spoke of. It is the path between aversion and attachment. This practice applies just as powerfully to joy. When a moment of profound happiness, love, or beauty arrives, the habit of the mind is to immediately clench around it, to think, how can I make this last? How can I get more of this? This very clenching introduces a subtle anxiety that diminishes. The joy itself, the practice of non-clinging, invites us to savor that joy fully, with our whole being, but with an open hand. We receive it as a precious gift. We delight in its presence. We drink it in completely. And when it naturally transforms into something else, as all moments do, we let it go with gratitude for its visit, not with the grief of possession. This is how we stop creating the future echoes of loss. Let us try this powerful practice now. In this quiet moment together, let your body be soft. Let your breath be easy. Let the world outside fade away, and let your inner world come into gentle focus. I invite you now to physically open your hands, if you are able to. If you are lying down, you can rest them palms up on the surface beside you. If you are sitting, you can place them gently on your lap, with the palms facing the sky. Feel the air on your open palms. Notice the network of lines, the unique texture of your own skin. This is the posture of receiving and releasing. Hold this posture with a gentle intention. Now, bring to mind once more that lingering pain, that weight, that echo. See it, feel it, acknowledge it without judgment. This time, I want you to imagine, as vividly as you can, placing the essence of that pain gently into the palm of one of your open hands. It is not a hot coal to be feared. It is simply an energy, a memory, a feeling that has been trapped. Maybe it takes the form of a dark, smooth, heavy stone. Maybe it is a tangled knot of sharp, grey string. Maybe it is a pool of cold, dark water. Maybe it is just a shimmering, grey light. Whatever its form, visualize it resting there in the center of your palm. Your first instinct, born of long habit, might be to close your fingers around it, to tighten your grip, to possess it, to analyze it, to do something with it. See if you can notice this impulse, and then consciously choose to do the opposite. Keep the hand open. Just let the pain rest there in your open, accepting, compassionate hand. Breathe. As you breathe in, imagine you are breathing in a soft, warm, golden light of kindness and compassion. Imagine this light traveling down your arm and into your hand, surrounding this object of pain with unconditional acceptance. As you breathe out, simply allow the object to be as it is, releasing your struggle with it. You are not trying to get rid of it. You are fundamentally changing your relationship to it. You are moving from clinging to holding, from fearful possession to gentle presence. Feel the profound difference between the clenched fist of my pain and the open hand of there is pain. One creates a solid, heavy, and seemingly permanent identity. The other acknowledges a temporary, flowing experience that is passing through you now. With this feeling of gentle, open-handed presence. Let's go one step further. Imagine yourself standing on the bank of that great flowing river of life we spoke of before. The sun is warm, the air is clean, and the water is moving with a steady, peaceful power. Your hand is open, and in it rests this form of your pain. When you feel ready, and only when you feel ready, you might imagine tipping your hand just slightly, allowing this stone, this knot, this light, to gently, without any force, roll out of your palm and into the flowing water of the river. Don't throw it, just release it. Watch as the current receives it. It doesn't vanish in a dramatic explosion or a puff of smoke. It is simply received by the greater reality of the water. It begins to move. It tumbles and softens, its sharp edges smoothed by the current. It becomes part of the river's flow, carried away downstream, moment by moment, until it is out of sight. It has not been destroyed. It has been reintegrated into the great flow of life. And what is left in your hand? Notice the feeling. There is an emptiness, but it is not a painful emptiness. It is a peaceful emptiness, a spaciousness, a lightness, a readiness. Your hand is now free. Free to feel the warmth of the sun, free to give a kindness, free to receive whatever this new, fresh, unscripted moment has to offer you. Take a long, slow, deep breath into that feeling of lightness, of spaciousness, of freedom. What would it feel like to approach your life, just for the rest of today, with these open hands? To meet each person, each task, each joy, and each challenge with this spirit of non-clinging. This is not a one-time cure. It is a practice. It is a moment, returning to the wisdom of the open hand, again and again and again. Every time you notice the fist of your mind clenching around a thought, a fear, a resentment, or a desire, you have a beautiful opportunity. You can notice the tension, and you can gently, with great compassion for yourself, choose to open your hand again. This is the path of release. This is the path of true and lasting peace. And on this path, we begin to discover one of the most transformative truths of all. That pain, when met this way, is not an enemy to be vanquished. It is, in fact, one of our most profound and compassionate teachers. We have learned to approach our lives with an open hand, to release our grip on the past, and to flow with the great river of impermanence. This is a profound shift in our way of being. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, the pain will still, at times, arise. A shadow of the old echo may return. A new wound may be inflicted. Our practice is not to create a life devoid of pain, for such a life is impossible. The practice is to change our relationship with it entirely. It is to learn that pain, when met with awareness, is not an adversary. It is not a punishment. It is not a sign of failure. In fact, it is one of the most powerful, honest, and compassionate teachers we will ever have. To understand this, let us travel to a small village known for its pottery. In this village lived a young apprentice named Kenji, who worked for a stern and silent master. The master was a living legend, his work praised throughout the land for its sublime balance, its impossible thinness, and its quiet, humble perfection. Kenji had dreamed of learning from him since he was a boy and had dedicated himself completely to the craft. He was talented and worked tirelessly, his hands learning the feel of the clay, his body learning the rhythm of the wheel. He would spend days on a single pisa, simple tea bowl, or a vase, pouring his entire being into it, striving for the perfection he saw in his master's work. But the master had a practice that tormented Kenji to his very soul. At the end of each week, Kenji would line up his best creations for the master's inspection. He would stand there, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and terror. The old master would walk slowly along the line of pots, his eyes missing nothing. He would pick up each piece, feel its weight, trace its form with a single, knowing finger. More often than not, after a long, agonizing silence, he would look at Kenji with his unreadable eyes and, without a word, would lift the pot and smash it on the stone floor. With each crash, a piece of Kenji's own heart seemed to shatter. He could not understand the cruelty of it. Some of the pieces were beautiful, or so he thought. They were symmetrical, smooth, functional. Why destroy them? The waste felt senseless, the judgment unbearable. He began to feel a hot, bitter resentment toward the master. He saw him not as a teacher, but as a tyrant, a man who took pleasure in breaking his spirit. The pain of seeing his hard work reduced to shards of clay became a constant churning anger in his gut. This pain was a wall between him and his teacher, a wall built of frustration and a deep sense of injustice. He began to hate the sound of shattering pottery. It was the sound of his own failure. One season, Kenji worked on a single tea bowl with a singular, obsessive focus. He would work late into the night, the world disappearing beyond the circle of light cast by his lamp. He measured everything, controlled every movement, held his breath during the most delicate parts of the process. He was not working from a place of love for the clay anymore, but from a desperate, fearful need to finally create something his master could not break. He was determined to make a pot so flawless it would force the old man's approval. Finally, it was finished. The bowl was, to his eyes, perfect. Its shape was elegant, its glaze a deep, lustrous black. It was the best thing he had ever made. With trembling hands, he presented it as the sole piece for inspection that week. The master picked it up. The silence in the workshop was absolute, so total that Kenji could hear the blood pounding in his ears. The master held the bowl for what felt like an eternity. He turned it over and over. He closed his eyes as he felt the curve of its lip. Kenji braced himself for the inevitable, soul-crushing sound of the smash. But it did not come. Instead, the master placed the bowl gently back on the table. He looked at Kenji, and for the first time, his eyes held a softness, a warmth that was almost startling. "Yes," the master said, his voice quiet but clear. "Now you are beginning to understand." In that moment, Kenji's world shifted on its axis. He looked at the bowl, truly looked at it, and then he thought of all the dozens, perhaps hundreds, of pots that had been smashed. And suddenly, with the force of a tidal wave, he understood. He saw the subtle imbalances in those previous works that he had been blind to before. He saw the slight heaviness in the base of one, the almost imperceptible waver in the lip of another. He had been so attached to his effort, so in love with his own creations, that he could not see their flaws. His pain and resentment had blinded him. The master had not been destroying his work. He had been destroying Kenji's attachment to imperfection. He had been using the pain of the shattering pots as a mirror, forcing Kenji to see what he was not yet able to see on his own. The pain was the teacher. The breaking was the making. Kenji bowed low to his master, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. For he realized that the master's greatest teaching had been delivered not through words, but through the painful, necessary shattering of his illusions. This brings us to one of the most misunderstood teachings in the Buddhist tradition, the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha. This Pali word is most often translated as suffering, And this translation has led many to see the path as pessimistic or world-denying. But dukkha has a much more subtle and profound meaning. It can also be translated as unsatisfactoriness, stress, or a fundamental friction with reality. It is the feeling of the wheel that is not set perfectly on its axle. It wobbles, it creates friction, it makes the journey difficult. It is the sound of the note that is slightly out of tune. The teaching of dukkha is not a declaration that life is miserable. It is a diagnosis. It is the wise physician pointing to the source of our disease. And like Kenji's experience, our pain, our dukkha, is the most powerful diagnostic tool we have. It is not an enemy to be vanquished or an inconvenience to be medicated away. It is a profound teacher. It is a mirror. Imagine your lingering pain, your sadness, your anxiety, your resentment is a large ornate mirror that has suddenly appeared in the middle of your living room. Our typical reaction to it is to do one of three things. First, we might try to ignore it. We cover it with a sheet. We turn our furniture away from it. We pretend it isn't there, even as we constantly bump into it in the dark. This is suppression. Second, we might get angry at the mirror. We hate its presence. We blame it for what it shows us. We might even pick up a hammer and try to shatter it, only to find ourselves with 7 years of bad luck and 1,000 tiny, sharp mirrors, all showing us the same reflection. This is aversion. Third, we might become fascinated by the reflection. We sit before it all day, analyzing it, polishing the glass, identifying with the image, saying, "This sad face is me. This is who I am." This is attachment. The path of wisdom offers a fourth option: to use the mirror for its intended purpose, to stand before it with courage and stillness, and to look deeply into the reflection, not at the surface, but through the surface, to understand what it is revealing about us. The pain itself is not the message. The pain is the mirror, the reflection. In the mirror is the message. When you feel a pang of jealousy, the pain is the mirror. The reflection is your own insecurity, your fear of not being good enough. When you feel a surge of anger at being criticized, the pain is the mirror. The reflection is your own ego's attachment to being seen as perfect or right. When you feel a deep wave of grief, the pain is the mirror. The reflection is the depth of your love, the significance of what was lost. Our pain, when met with this kind of gentle, inquisitive awareness, reveals everything. It shows us our deepest attachments, our most hidden fears, our most tender and unmet needs. Like a doctor using an X-ray to see the broken bone beneath the skin, our pain shows us the exact location of our spiritual fractures. It shows us where we are clinging. It shows us where we are resisting the flow of the river. It shows us where we believe our happiness depends on something outside of ourselves. Without the mirror of pain, we would walk through life completely unaware of these inner workings, like Kenji, blindly attached to our own imperfect pots, wondering why we feel so stuck. The pain is a grace. It is an invitation to look deeper, to heal at the root, not just to soothe the surface. It is life's compassionate way of saying, "Stop, look here. This part of you needs your love. This part of you needs your attention. Let us take this opportunity now to sit before our own mirror, to practice this fourth way. Settle into your body. Feel the solid ground beneath you, supporting you completely. Take a slow breath in and an even slower breath out. Give yourself permission to be here, just as you are, with whatever feelings are present. There is no need to be perfect. There is no need to feel peaceful. The only requirement is a gentle willingness to be honest with yourself. Bring to mind again the lingering pain that has been your companion on this journey. That echo, that weight. Don't plunge into the story of it. Instead, I invite you to visualize it as a mirror. It might be a small hand mirror or a large, full-length one. It might have a simple frame or an ornate one. Just allow the image to arise. Now, in your mind's eye, stand or sit before this mirror. The reflection you see at first is the face. Of your pain, you see the sadness, the anger, the fear. Your first instinct may be to turn away. See if you can stay just for a moment longer. Breathe. Now, let us look more deeply. Let us look beyond the surface reflection. Ask yourself, with a genuine and kind curiosity, what is this pain reflecting back to me about my own beliefs? If the pain is resentment towards someone who wronged you, look into the mirror. What does it show? Perhaps it reflects a deeply held belief that the world should be fair, a belief that people should behave honorably. The pain arises from the friction between this belief and the reality of what happened. The mirror is showing you your attachment to shoulds. If the pain is a deep-seated anxiety about the future, look into the mirror. What is it reflecting? Perhaps it's a belief that you must be in control at all times to be safe. It's reflecting your fear of the unknown, your attachment to certainty in a world that is fundamentally uncertain. If the pain is a feeling of loneliness, look into the mirror. What does it show? Perhaps it reflects a belief that your happiness is dependent on having a partner or being approved of by others. It is showing you a place where you have given your power away. Keep breathing. This is not an intellectual exercise. This is a practice of the heart. As you look into this mirror of your pain, ask it a simple question. What are you here to teach me? Don't rush to an answer. Just hold the question gently in your awareness. What is this pain revealing about where I am stuck? What is it showing me about a part of myself that I have neglected or abandoned? What old wound is it asking me to finally clean and dress with compassion? Like Kenji looking at his broken pottery, you may begin to see something new. You may see that the pain you have been trying to get rid of for years is not a random intruder. It is a messenger from the deepest part of your own being, a loyal friend who has been persistently, patiently trying to get your attention, trying to guide you toward a deeper freedom. It is pointing the way home. The ultimate lesson of the mirror is this: the problem is never the reflection. The problem is never what the mirror shows you. The value is in the seeing. The healing is in the looking. When we finally stop fighting the mirror and start learning from it, the nature of the reflection begins to change. The grip of the pain softens. It is no longer a terrifying monster. It becomes a wise, albeit stern, old friend. It becomes our teacher. So, as we close this part of our exploration, hold this question in your heart. What wisdom does my pain hold for me? What is the one core belief that my suffering is reflecting back to me right now? To see this belief is a profound act of liberation. It is the beginning of true healing. Because once we see the belief that is causing the friction, we can begin to question it. We can begin to hold it up to the light. And we begin to see that so much of this pain is wrapped up in a story about a self that feels threatened. A self that needs to be defended. A self that is at the center of the drama. This naturally leads us to our next great inquiry. What is this self that seems to be in so much pain? And what if, as the great sages tell us, the boat we think we are defending is actually empty? We have learned to see our pain as a teacher, a mirror reflecting our deepest attachments and beliefs. And if we look closely at the heart of these attachments, at the very center of the reflection, we will almost always find the same figure: the self, me, I, my story, my hurt, my needs, my rights. Our suffering is so often fueled by a deeply personal sense of grievance. How could this happen to me? Why did they do that to me? What does this failure say about me? This powerful, persistent sense of me is the central character in every drama of our lingering pain. But what if this central character, this self that we spend our entire lives defending, defining, and promoting, is not as solid as we think? This brings us to a radical and profoundly liberating teaching, one that is often considered the most challenging in the Zen and Buddhist traditions. It is the teaching of unnetta, or non-self, and it is beautifully illustrated by a simple story. Imagine a man who decides to go for a boat ride on a large, tranquil lake to escape the heat of a summer afternoon. He is a man who is easily angered, quick to take offense. He feels the world is full of fools and inconsiderate people who are always getting in his way. But out on the lake, he finds a measure of peace. He rows his small boat out to the very center of the lake, where the water is like glass and the only sound is the gentle lapping of the water against the hull. He lies back, closes his eyes, and drifts, feeling a rare sense of calm settle over him. After some time, as he is drifting in this state of peace, he suddenly feels a sharp, jarring bump against the side of his boat. His eyes fly open. His peace is shattered. He sees another boat has collided with his. Instantly, a hot surge of rage floods his body. "What is wrong with you?" he screams, sitting bolt upright. "You idiot! Look where you're going. You've ruined my peace." He is ready for a confrontation, his fists clenched, his mind already composing a list of insults for the careless boater who has so rudely disturbed him. He is filled with a righteous anger. He feels personally attacked, but as his eyes focus, he realizes something that stops him cold. The other boat is empty. It's just an empty boat that has come untied from its mooring on the shore and has drifted silently across the lake on the gentle current, bumping into his. In that instant, all his anger vanishes. It has nowhere to go. There is no one to shout at. There is no one to blame. There is no one to be angry with. There is only the gentle bump of an empty boat, a simple, impersonal event. He is left alone with the echo of his own rage, now feeling slightly foolish. He takes a deep breath, perhaps even chuckles at his own fiery reaction, and simply pushes the empty boat away, returning to his state of peace. The Zen master who tells this story, Chang Tu, then asks the crucial question: if you can empty your own boat, who can harm you? This story is a powerful koan, a teaching puzzle for us to unravel in our own lives. We go through life in our own little boat, and we are constantly being bumped by other boats. A co-worker makes a thoughtless comment. A driver cuts us off in traffic. A friend forgets our birthday. Each bump triggers an immediate, personal reaction. We feel wronged, insulted, targeted. Our ego, the sense of a solid, important me sitting in our boat, rises up in indignation. How dare they bump into me? Our anger, our pain, our suffering, all of it arises from the unquestioned assumption that there is an intentional agent in the other boat who has deliberately targeted us. The practice of unnata, or non-self, is the practice of learning to see that all the other boats are empty. The co-worker who made the thoughtless comment was not thinking of you. They were lost in their own world of stress and anxiety. their own untied boat drifting aimlessly. The driver who cut you off was not trying to personally disrespect you. They were late, distracted, or simply not paying attention. Another empty boat carried by the currents of their own life. This is a profound shift in perspective. But the teaching goes even deeper, and this is where it becomes truly radical. It asks us to look inside our own boat. The anger and pain in the man on the lake did not truly come from the bump. It came from the presence of a self inside his boat that was ready and waiting to feel offended. His ego was a loaded spring, just waiting for the slightest touch to be released. The bump was just the trigger. The explosive charge was already there. The teaching of the empty boat is not just about seeing others with more compassion. It is about realizing that our own suffering is generated by our fierce, unquestioning identification with this self, this ego. What is this self? If you look for it, what do you find? You find a collection of constantly changing thoughts. You find a river of ever-shifting emotions. You find a cascade of physical sensations. You find a collection of memories, which are themselves just thoughts about the past. You find a set of roles you play: parent, worker, child, friend. But is there a permanent, unchanging CEO in the middle of it all? Is there a fixed entity that is the thinker of the thoughts, the feeler of the feelings? The Buddhist teaching suggests there is not. The boat of our own being is also, in a sense, empty. It is a process, not a thing. It is a verb, not a noun. Our ego, our sense of self, is a story we construct. It is a useful story for navigating the world, but it is a story nonetheless. And when we mistake this story for a solid, unchanging reality, we create endless suffering for ourselves. Because the ego is, by its very nature, insecure. It is a phantom that is terrified of being found out. It lives in constant fear of being diminished, insulted, or ignored. It defines itself by comparison. Am I better than them? Do they like me? Am I successful? This constant, anxious activity of the ego defending, promoting, comparing us, the source of so much of our lingering pain. The pain of resentment is the ego feeling diminished. The pain of jealousy is the ego feeling threatened. The pain of shame is the ego feeling exposed. The metaphor of the empty boat drifting on a lake is a perfect symbol for this teaching. The boat itself represents our physical and mental being, the collection of body, thoughts, and feelings. The ego is the imaginary captain we believe is steering it. But when we look closely, we see there is no captain. There is just the boat, drifting on the vast, mysterious waters of existence, moved by the currents of cause and effect, the winds of circumstance. To recognize this is not to become nihilistic or passive. It is to become free. When there is no fixed self to defend, who can harm you? When there is no ego to be insulted, what comment can truly wound you? When the boat is empty, a bump is just a bump. It is an event in the world, not an attack on your very being. The emotional reaction that would normally last for hours or days simply doesn't arise. Or if it does, it passes through quickly, like a cloud across the sun, because it has nothing to stick to. Let us explore this with a gentle, guided reflection. This is a subtle inquiry, so let us approach it with patience and without expectation. Settle into your stillness. Feel the anchor of your breath, that faithful rhythm that is always with you. Inhaling, I am here. Exhaling, I am at peace. Let your awareness rest gently in your body. Now, I invite you to bring to mind a recent, or perhaps recurring, instance. of being bumped by another boat. It doesn't have to be a major trauma. It could be a small, slight, a moment of feeling overlooked, misunderstood, or criticized. Choose a relatively small boat to begin with. Remember the situation, and now feel the emotional reaction that came with it. The flash of anger, the sting of hurt, the heat of embarrassment. Feel where it lived in your body. A tightness in the jaw, a clenching in the stomach, a flush in the face. Now, I want you to ask yourself, with genuine curiosity, who exactly was hurt in that moment? What was it that felt so personally attacked? Was it your body? Did the words physically strike you? No. Was it a thought? A thought is just a fleeting mental event. Was it a feeling? A feeling is just a transient energy. Look closely at the very center of that feeling of ouch. You will find the sense of me, my reputation, my intelligence, my worthiness. This is the self that felt the bump. Now, let's try an experiment. In your mind's eye, see the person who bumped you. See their boat. And for a moment, just imagine that their boat is empty. Imagine that their words or actions were not directed by a malicious agent aiming at you, but was simply the result of their own drifting, their own unconscious currents of fear, stress, or ignorance. See their boat as an empty boat. Notice what happens to the energy of your resentment or hurt. Does it soften even a little? Now, for the more challenging step. Turn your gaze inward to your own boat. See that sensitive, indignant self sitting there, the one who felt so wronged. And now, imagine that this self is also not as solid as it seems. Imagine it is like a mist, a collection of stories and memories that you have bundled together and given a name. What if you could, just for a moment, empty your own boat? What if you could let go of the need to be right? Let go of the need to be seen as smart, or good, or worthy. What if you could let go of your personal story, your history of grievances? Imagine the bump happens again, but this time it just bumps into an empty boat. There is no one inside to take it personally. The boat rocks for a moment from the impact, and then it settles. The event happens, and it is over. There is no lingering echo. There is no residue of resentment. There is just the quiet of the lake. What does this feel like? This is the taste of freedom. It is the spaciousness that arises when the ego loosens its frantic grip. It is not about becoming a doormat or allowing others to harm you. You can still take practical action. You can still say, please don't do that. But you do it from a place of calm, clear seeing, not from a place of wounded, personal reactivity. Your actions become more effective because they are not clouded by the storms of ego. We close this deep inquiry with a gentle summary. Our lingering pain is so often the cry of a self that feels wounded. The practice of the empty boat is to investigate the nature of this self. It is to see with growing clarity that the self is not a fixed entity but a fluid process. The other boats are often empty, driven by unconscious currents. And our own boat, when we look deeply, is also empty of any permanent, separate captain that needs defending. This recognition is the ultimate release. It allows us to unhook ourselves from the past, to stop taking the world so personally. When we stop clinging to the story of me, we can finally let the old narratives, the painful footprints we have been so carefully preserving, begin to soften and fade into the sand. We have stood before the mirror of our pain and learned of its power as a teacher. We have sat in our own boat on the vast lake of existence and realized that it is, in a profound sense, empty, free of any solid, unchanging self that needs to be defended. This realization is the key that unlocks one of the most stubborn cages of our own making, the cage of our personal story. For what is the ego, the self, if not a narrative? It is a story we have been telling ourselves our entire lives, a story of who we are, where we've been, and what has been done to us. And our lingering pain is so often a single chapter of this story that we have dog-eared, highlighted, and chosen to read aloud over and over again to explore this. Let us imagine an old sailor living in a small coastal village. This sailor, whose name is Silas, was once a strong and fearless man, but many years ago, he was caught in a terrible storm that took his boat and his leg. He survived, but he was left with a deep limp and an even deeper scar on his soul. In the years that followed, the story of that storm became his identity. He would sit in the village tavern, and anyone who offered to buy him a drink would be treated to the tale. With each telling, the story grew. The waves became mountains of black water. The wind howled like 1,000 demons. His own bravery in the face of death became more and more heroic. He polished the story like a precious gem, honing every detail, every dramatic pause. He described the crack of the mast, the sting of the freezing spray, the final, crushing blow that took his leg, with a visceral and practiced passion. The villagers would listen, rapt and horrified, shaking their heads in sympathy, and for a moment, Silas would feel important. He was not just an old man with a limp. He was the man who survived the great storm. His pain was his currency. His narrative was his worth. But the story was a heavy anchor. It kept him tethered to the worst moment of his life. When he wasn't telling the tale, he was reliving it in his mind, feeling the phantom pains, the old terror. His world was small. It consisted of the tavern, his small shack, and the well-worn path of his tragic story. He never went near the new boats being built in the harbor. He never looked at the sea with anything but a mixture of fear and resentment. The sea was the villain in his story, and he was its noble victim. One afternoon, a young girl, the granddaughter of a fellow villager, came to sit with him on the bench overlooking the harbor. He began his tale, his voice taking on its familiar, dramatic cadence. The girl listened patiently, her eyes wide. When he finished, expecting the usual words of pity, she was quiet for a moment. Then she looked from his face to the new ships. In the harbor, their sails bright white against the blue sky. She then turned back to him and asked a simple question. "It's a very sad story," she said, her voice clear as a bell. "But where do you sail now?" The question struck Silas with the force of a physical blow. Where do you sail now? No one had ever asked him that. He had never asked himself that. He was so consumed by the story of the boat that was lost that he had forgotten he was still a sailor. He had forgotten that the sea was not just a monster, but a vast and beautiful mystery. He had forgotten that he still had one good leg, too. Strong arms, and a heart that was still beating. The girl's innocent question had done what no amount of sympathy could do. It had shown him that he was more than his story. It had pointed him toward the unwritten pages of his life. For the first time in years, Silas looked out at the ocean, and instead of seeing the past, he saw the horizon. This vignette of the old sailor is a powerful illustration of the human tendency to become trapped in our own narratives. The mind is a magnificent storyteller. It takes the raw, chaotic data of our experience and weaves it into a coherent plot with a beginning, a middle, and an end. It assigns roles: hero, victim, villain, It creates themes and foreshadowing. This is how we make sense of the world. But when the story is one of pain, and we allow it to become our only story, it ceases to be a tool for understanding and becomes a prison. The teaching here is about the critical distinction between memory and narrative. A memory is a relatively neutral piece of data from the past. I was in a storm and my leg was injured. A narrative is a memory that has been infused with emotion, identity, and a recurring plotline. I am the victim of a cruel sea that tragically stole my future and defined me with this terrible injury. The first is an event, the second is an identity. The lingering pain we feel is not in the memory, it is in the narrative. Every time Silas told his story, he was not just remembering the pain, he was re-experiencing it. His nervous system did not know the difference between the actual storm and the vivid, emotionally charged retelling of the storm. He was re-traumatizing himself with every pint of ale, keeping the wound fresh, keeping the pain alive, because the pain was the fuel for the story, and the story was who he was. The metaphor that serves us best here is that of footprints on a sandy beach. Imagine a painful event in your past is a set of deep footprints you made in the wet sand. The event is over. You have walked away. The tide of time and impermanence, that great cleansing river we have spoken of, naturally begins to roll in. Its gentle waves are meant to soften the edges of the footprints, to slowly, lovingly wash them away, returning the beach to a smooth, clean slate. This is the natural process of healing, but our narrative-making mind often refuses to let this happen. We see the tide coming in, and we panic. We run back to the footprints and frantically begin to recarve them. We dig our fingers into the sand, deepening the impression, reinforcing the edges. Don't forget, the mind cries. This happened. This was important. This is my pain. We spend years, decades, sometimes, patrolling this small patch of beach diligently, protecting our painful footprints from the healing waters of time. We build our identity around these footprints, pointing to them and saying, "See, this is me, this is what defines me." And we wonder why we feel so exhausted, so stuck, so bound to the shore while the great ocean of life beckons. Releasing these past narratives is not about forgetting what happened. Silas will never forget the storm. It is about making the conscious, courageous choice to stop recarving the footprints. It is about having the wisdom to step back, to sit down on a dune, and to allow the gentle, healing tide of the present moment to finally do its work. It is to trust that you are more than the deepest, most painful mark you have ever made or received. You are the entire, vast beach, and you are also the ocean. Let us take a moment to explore the narratives we have been protecting. Find your stillness. Let the sound of the waves be the sound of your own breath, coming in and going out. A gentle, timeless rhythm. Allow your body to feel heavy and relaxed, sinking into the warm sand of the present moment. I invite you to bring to mind a painful story from your past that you have told many times, either to others or just to yourself. That chapter in your life's book that you return to again and again. It could be the story of a breakup, the story of a betrayal, the story of a failure, the story of an injustice. First, just acknowledge the story as a story. See its plot. See its characters. See the role that you play in it. Are you the victim, the martyr, the misunderstood hero? Notice the familiar emotional flavor that comes with the story as its sadness, anger, self-pity. Now, I want you to visualize that you are holding this story in your hands as a physical object. Perhaps it is a thick, heavy book with a worn cover. Perhaps it is a tightly rolled scroll tied with a black ribbon. Perhaps it is a stack of old, faded photographs. Feel its weight in your hands. This is the weight you have been carrying. With this object in your hands, imagine yourself standing on a vast, quiet beach at sunset. The sky is soft with colors of pink and orange. The air is warm and still. You are completely alone. You have been holding this book, this narrative, for so long. You have protected it, memorized it, defended it. But now, I want you to consider the girl's question to Silas. Where do you sail now? What is the cost of continuing to carry this book? How does it prevent you from looking at the horizon? When you feel ready, I invite you to perform a small ritual in your mind. Walk to the water's edge, to where the sand is damp and firm. Kneel down and with great care, place this book, this story, on the sand. You are not throwing it away in anger. You are setting it down with intention, with reverence for the lessons it has taught you. You are acknowledging its part in your journey. Now, stand up, step back, and watch. Watch as the first gentle wave comes in and touches the edge of the book. The water, like a tender hand, softens the cover. The next wave comes, a little further this time, and the ink on the first few pages begins to blur and run, the sharp, hard words dissolving into soft, grey clouds in the water. Continue to watch as the tide of your own breath, the tide of time, the tide of loving kindness does its work. With each wave, the story loses a little more of its definition. The pages dissolve. The narrative breaks apart into meaningless words, then into single letters, then into nothing at all. Just pulp and ink mingling with the sand and the sea foam. You do not need to do anything. You only need to stop doing what you have always done. You only need to stop recarving the footprints. You only need to let go and allow the natural process of healing to occur. Feel the profound release in this act of allowing. Feel the lightness in your hands, now empty. Feel the vastness of the beach, the endlessness of the ocean before you. The past is no longer a script you must follow. It is simply part of the sand that makes up the beautiful, resilient landscape of who you are. As we bring this reflection to a close, a new awareness may dawn. To hold on to these harsh narratives, to constantly retell the stories of our own pain, is a profound act of self-cruelty. We are the sailor, and we are also the storm we rail against. We are the one who keeps ourselves trapped in the tavern, telling the same sad tale. The decision to let the footprints fade is perhaps the first and most crucial act of self-love, of genuine compassion for our own being. And it is this compassion, this gentle rain on the parched earth of our hearts, that we must learn to cultivate if we are to truly heal. To let the footprints of a painful past fade in the sand requires a quiet courage. It requires us to trust in the healing power of the tide. But for many of us, another voice rises up in protest. It is an inner critic, a harsh judge who says, "You don't deserve to be free of this pain. You were foolish, or it was your fault. Or weak people let go. Strong people hold their grievances." We find that even as we try to step away from the narrative, a part of us pulls us back, insisting we remain on the shore, guarding our old wounds. This inner critic is the relentless enforcer of our suffering, and the only force on earth powerful enough to soften this critic is the force of compassion. Specifically, compassion for ourselves. There is a story told of a diligent young monk who was struggling deeply in his meditation practice. He would sit for hours on his cushion, trying to follow his breath, but his mind was a battlefield, The biggest battle was against himself. For every moment of distraction, he would berate himself. You're a failure. You have no discipline. Others are so much better at this than you. You will never be a good monk. This inner voice was so loud, so cruel, that his meditation became a source of dread, not peace. The harder he tried to silence the voice, the louder and more vicious it became. His face grew gaunt with the effort, and his master noticed the deep strain he was in. One day, the master called the young monk to his chambers. "Tell me of your practice," the master said kindly. The monk, his eyes downcast, confessed everything: the endless thoughts, the frustration, and most of all, the relentless, hateful voice of his own inner critic. "I am at war with myself, Master," he said, his voice cracking, "and I am losing." The master listened, and then he said something the monk would never forget. "The next time this voice of judgment arises in your mind," the master instructed, "I want you to stop trying to fight it. Do not try to argue with it or banish it. Instead, I want you to visualize this voice as a weary, angry traveler who has just shown up at the door of your monastery. This traveler is covered in dust, hungry, thirsty, and deeply unhappy. He is shouting insults because he is in pain. Do not lock the door on him. Instead, open the door, invite him in, offer him a cushion to sit on, and then serve him a cup of tea." The monk was stunned. "Serve him tea? But he is my enemy. He is the source of all my suffering." "Is he?" the master asked with a gentle smile. "Or is he the part of you that is suffering the most? Your anger at him is just more anger. Your fight is just more violence. Only your kindness can heal him. Serve him tea with a mind of compassion. Listen to what he has to say without believing him. Simply be present with him as you would for any suffering being. See what happens." The monk, though skeptical, returned to his cushion. The next time the voice arose, "There you go, lost in thought again. You are worthless." He stopped, he took a breath, and instead of fighting back, he visualized the angry, shouting traveler. He saw the pain in the traveler's eyes, the fear beneath his anger. In his mind, he opened the door, bowed, and invited him in. He pictured himself pouring a cup of warm, fragrant tea and offering it with both hands. He did not argue with the insults. He simply sat with this angry part of himself, offering it the warmth of his silent, kind attention, and a miracle occurred. The voice did not vanish instantly, but it began to lose its power. Its shouting softened to a grumble, and then to a whisper. By being met with kindness instead of resistance, the angry traveler began to relax. The inner war started to subside, replaced by a quiet, spacious truce. The monk learned that the way to peace was not through victory in battle, but through a radical act of hospitality toward his own heart. This story illuminates the profound practice of metta, a Pali word that means loving kindness, benevolence, and active goodwill. And while metta is often practiced by directing it towards others, its most transformative application is often when we direct it toward ourselves. Self-compassion is not self-pity. Self-pity says, "Poor me," and gets stuck in the narrative of victim. Self-compassion says, "There is suffering here," and moves to soothe it. Self-compassion is also not self-esteem. Self-esteem is based on judgment. It is a measure of our worth based on our successes and failures. It is high when we succeed and plummets when we fail. Self-compassion is not based on judgment at all. It is a way of relating to ourselves kindly, regardless of our performance. It is a constant, steady source of inner warmth that is available to us in our moments of triumph and, more importantly, in our moments of failure, shame, and pain. The metaphor for self-compassion is that of a gentle rain falling on parched, cracked earth. Our heart, after years of self-criticism, of holding on to painful narratives, of fighting ourselves, becomes like this dry, hard ground. It is impermeable, unable to receive nourishment. A sudden, violent thunderstorm of forced positivity or aggressive self-help will just run off the surface, causing flash floods without ever sinking in. But self-compassion is a gentle, steady rain. It doesn't force anything. It just falls, softly, persistently. At first, it may seem like it's doing nothing, but slowly, drop by drop, it begins to soften the hard crust. It seeps into the cracks. It moistens the soil deep down, making it receptive, fertile, and alive again. It creates the conditions from which new life, new ways of seeing, new possibilities, new joy can begin to grow, naturally and without effort. This practice of self-compassion involves 3 key movements of the heart. The first is self-kindness. This is the choice to be gentle and understanding with ourselves, rather than harsh and critical. It is the act of serving tea to our inner critic. It is treating ourselves with the same care and concern we would offer to a dear friend who was struggling. When you make a mistake, instead of saying, "You're an idiot," you learn to say, "That was a difficult situation, and you did the best you could. It's okay." The second movement is a recognition of common humanity. This is the profound realization that suffering and imperfection are part of the shared human experience. Our pain, which feels so isolating, is actually the very thing that connects us to all of humanity. The ego tells us, "This painful failure is my failure," and we feel alone in our shame. Common humanity says, "All people fail. All people feel pain. This is what it means to be human." This perspective takes the sting of personal shame out of the experience. We move from poor me to we are all in this together. The third movement is mindfulness. This is the practice we have been cultivating, the ability to hold our painful thoughts and feelings in balanced, spacious awareness. It is neither ignoring our pain nor exaggerating it. We see the pain clearly, without the overlay of dramatic narrative. We acknowledge, this is a moment of suffering, without getting swept away by it. This clear seeing allows us to respond with kindness rather than reacting with fear or judgment. These 3 components, self-kindness, common humanity, and mindfulness, are the ingredients of the gentle rain. Together, they create a powerful inner alchemy that can transform our relationship to our own suffering. Let us invite this gentle rain into our own hearts now. Find your comfortable posture. Let your body relax into its support. Let the sound of the rain wash over you, a sound of cleansing, of release, of nourishment. With each breath, imagine you are breathing in this gentle, healing energy. With each breath out, let go of the hardness, the tension, the armor of self-judgment you have been carrying. Now, bring your attention to your heart center in the middle of your chest. I invite you to place a hand there if that feels right to you, a simple gesture of warmth and kindness toward yourself. Bring to mind again the pain we have been working with, the lingering echo, the painful narrative, and as you feel the ache of it, instead of turning away, see if you can offer it your warmth. We will now practice a traditional metta meditation directed inward. I will offer a series of phrases. I invite you to repeat them silently to yourself, letting the intention behind the words be more important than the words themselves. Let them be like single drops of rain falling on the dry ground of your heart. Breathing gently, offer yourself this first phrase: may I be safe. Feel what it is like to wish for your own safety, your own protection from inner and outer harm. Repeat it a few times, silently. May I be safe now. The second phrase: may I be peaceful. Wish for your own heart to be at peace, free from the inner wars of judgment and fear. Let the wish be sincere. May I be peaceful now. The third phrase: may I be healthy. Wish for your own body and mind to be strong, resilient, and filled with vitality. Wish for your own well-being. May I be healthy. And the final phrase: may I live with ease. This is a wish for your journey through life to be free of unnecessary struggle, free from the friction of self-resistance. It is a wish for grace and flow. May I live with ease now. Let us direct these wishes specifically to the part of you that is in pain. Visualize the younger version of yourself from the time of the original wound, or simply the part of your heart that feels bruised and tender. See this part of you with compassion and offer the phrases directly to it. May you be safe now. May you be peaceful now. May you be healthy and whole. May you live with ease. Do not worry if you don't feel a sudden surge of compassion. The intention is what matters. The simple, gentle act of offering is the practice. You are planting the seeds. You are inviting the rain. Stay with this practice for a few more moments, breathing gently, holding yourself in this field of warm, kind attention. You are offering yourself the very thing you may have been seeking from others your entire life: unconditional, loving acceptance. This practice of self-compassion is the foundation for all deep healing. It softens the ground. It creates the fertile soil where the seeds of release can finally take root. But this softening, this growing, cannot be rushed. It requires a deep trust, not only in kindness, but in timing. It requires us to surrender our desperate need for a quick fix and to embrace the slow, organic, and graceful unfolding of our own being. This leads us to our next great learning: the wisdom of patience. For true healing, like the opening of a flower, happens in its own sacred time. We have invited the gentle rain of self-compassion to soften the hard, dry ground of our hearts. In this softened soil, healing can begin. But our modern minds are often impatient. We want a quick fix, a 10-step plan to instant peace. We can approach our own healing with the same aggressive, goal-oriented energy that we apply to a business project, and then become frustrated when our sorrow or anxiety doesn't adhere to our timeline. We can turn spirituality itself into another form of striving, another thing to achieve. This urge to rush, to force, to control the process of our own unfolding is a subtle but powerful form of resistance, and it can paradoxically keep us stuck. Let us consider a parable. In a quiet temple garden, there grew a magnificent magnolia tree. In the spring, it would be covered in large, exquisite blossoms. One spring, a young novice who was new to the monastery became captivated by one particular flower bud. It was large and perfect, a tightly wrapped cone of silvery green fur, promising a glorious white flower within. The novice would visit it every day, watching it, waiting for it to open. He grew impatient. The other buds on the tree were beginning to unfurl their petals, but this one remained stubbornly, tightly closed. He wanted to see the beauty inside. He wanted to help it open. So, one afternoon, when no one was watching, he went to the bud and began to gently, carefully, pry at the outer petals with his fingernails. He was trying to be delicate, but the petals were resistant. fused together in a bond of their own making. He pulled a little harder. He managed to force one petal open, then another. But the petals were not ready. They were still pale green. On the inside, not the pure white he expected. In his clumsy attempt to force the bloom, he had bruised the delicate edges, leaving dark, ugly marks. He had torn the fine membrane that held them together. Finally, he managed to peel all the petals back, revealing the flower within. But it was not glorious. It was a wounded, misshapen, pathetic thing. It would never become the magnificent blossom it was meant to be. He had destroyed the very thing he longed to see, all because of his impatience. His grandfather, the old man who tended the temple garden, found him crying by the tree. He looked at the ruined flower, and then at the boy's tear-streaked face. He did not scold him. He simply put an arm around him and said, "You cannot force a flower to open. All you can do is provide it with what it needs: good soil, water, and the warmth of the sun. Then you must trust. The flower holds its own wisdom. It knows the perfect moment to unfold. Your job is not to open it. Your job is to watch it open and to marvel at the miracle when it does." This simple parable holds a profound teaching for our own journey of healing. Our deepest pains, our most tightly held traumas and emotional blocks are like that closed flower bud. They are wrapped tight for a reason, often as a form of self-protection. Our impatient ego, the part of us that wants to be fixed now, is like the young novice. It sees the closed-off part of us and wants to pry it open, to analyze it, to process it, to be done with it. We might do this through aggressive therapies, or by endlessly talking about it, or by forcing ourselves into spiritual practices we are not ready for. And in this rush to heal, we can often do more damage, re-traumatizing ourselves, bruising the delicate petals of our own psyche. The core teaching here is about trusting the natural, organic, and often gradual process of release. It is about understanding that healing is not a mechanical act, but an agricultural one. It is not like fixing a machine. It is like growing a garden. We cannot command a seed to sprout. We can only create the right conditions. We can till the soil, provide water, ensure there is sunlight, and pull the weeds. Then we must surrender to a wisdom that is far older and deeper than our own striving mind. We must have the patience to let nature take its course. In our inner world, creating the right conditions means practicing the things we have been exploring. The soil is our body, which we learn to relax and care for. The water is the flow of impermanence, which we learn not to resist. The sunlight is the warmth of self-compassion, which we learn to shine on all parts of ourselves. The weeding is the practice of noticing our painful narratives and gently letting them go. When we diligently, patiently create these conditions, the tightly closed buds within us will begin to unfurl all on their own. The metaphor that captures this process most perfectly is that of the unfurling petal. It is the very image of graceful, unforced, and natural release. The flower does not strain to open. It doesn't struggle. It simply responds to the warmth of the sun. When the conditions are right, it yields. It lets go. The opening is a surrender, not an achievement. And it happens slowly, petal by petal. It is not a sudden explosion, but a gradual, almost imperceptible process of becoming. One day, it is a tight bud. A week later, it is a glorious, open flower, sharing its beauty and fragrance with the world. To practice this kind of patience is a radical act in our culture of speed and efficiency. It means letting go of our timelines, It means abandoning the belief that we should be over it by now. It means making peace with the pace of our own unfolding. Sometimes, a particular pain may need to be held in the warmth of our compassion for a long, long time before it feels safe enough to release. To try and rush it is to communicate to that wounded part of ourselves that it is, once again, being a problem, that it is not good enough as it is. Patience, on the other hand, communicates a deep and healing message of acceptance. It says, "You can take all the time you need. I will be here with you. I am not going anywhere." This kind of patience is not a passive waiting. It is an active, engaged trust. It is the deep, intuitive knowing that the sun is shining, the rain is falling, and that the intelligence of life within us is always moving toward wholeness. Our only job is to get out of its way. Let us practice this active, trusting patience right now. Find your posture of stillness and grace. Let your body be at ease. Let your breath be natural. Bring your awareness to the center of your being, to your heart space. I invite you to visualize a single, tightly closed flower bud resting there. It might be a rose, a lotus, a magnolia, or any flower that speaks to you. See its color, its texture, feel its tightness, its closed-off energy. This bud represents a part of you that is not yet ready to open, a pain that is not yet ready to be released. Now, notice your own attitude toward this bud. Is there a part of you that is impatient with it, that wants to force it open, that sees its closed state as a problem? Just notice this impulse without judgment. This is the novice within you. Let us now shift our perspective to that of the wise. Gardener, we know we cannot force the bud. Our task is simply to create the right conditions. So, as you breathe in, imagine you are breathing in warm, golden sunlight. Imagine this sunlight filling your entire being and concentrating its gentle, life-giving warmth right on the flower bud in your heart. You are not aiming a laser beam at it. You are simply allowing it to be bathed in a gentle, pervasive warmth, like a flower basking in the morning sun. As you breathe out, just rest. Release any effort, any agenda. Simply be present with the bud in an atmosphere of unconditional, patient love. Continue this for a few moments, breathing in sunlight, breathing out and letting be. You are not looking for the bud to burst open dramatically. That is the ego's desire for entertainment. Instead, you are looking for a subtle softening. Can you feel the tension in the bud, relaxing just a little? Can you imagine one of the outer petals loosening its grip ever so slightly? The practice is not about seeing the final bloom. The practice is about falling in love with the process of tending the bud. It is finding the joy in the simple act of breathing in sunlight and breathing out peace. It is about trusting the wisdom of the flower. It will open in its own perfect time. It will release its pain when it feels safe enough to do so. Your patience is the safety it needs. Let go of the need to be healed today. Instead, commit to the practice of patiently, lovingly, tending the garden of your own heart, day by day. This is the truest and most compassionate path to healing. The release will happen as a natural consequence of your loving presence. It will be a gift of grace, not a prize to be won. Hold this image of the gently warming flower bud in your heart. Patience is not just waiting. It is the faith that a bloom is inevitable when the conditions are right. And the most fundamental condition for our inner garden, the one that allows the sunlight of awareness to even reach the bud, is the practice of being grounded in the present moment. To be present is to be patient, and the simplest, most direct and most powerful way to come into the present moment is to return again and again to the anchor that is with us from our first moment to our last, the steady, faithful rhythm of the breath. We have spoken of letting go, of cultivating compassion, of being patient with the slow unfurling of our own healing. These are all profound and beautiful intentions, but they can feel abstract. How, in a practical, moment-to-moment way, do we actually do this? When a storm of painful memory or future anxiety suddenly sweeps through us, how do we find our footing? When the waves of emotion threaten to pull us under, where do we turn? The answer is both incredibly simple and endlessly profound. We turn to the breath. The historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, after years of searching and practicing extreme austerities, sat down under a Bodhi tree, determined not to rise until he had found the end of suffering. The practice he settled into, the one that carried him through to his profound awakening, was not some complex visualization or esoteric ritual. It was the simple, humble practice of mindfulness, of breathing. Known in Pali as an anapanasati, he watched his own breath, coming in, going out. This was the foundation of his liberation, and it can be the foundation of ours. Why is the breath so powerful? Because it is always in the present moment. You cannot take a breath in the past. You cannot take a breath in the future. To be aware of your breathing is, by definition, to be here, now. And the present moment is the only place where life is actually happening. It is the only place where we have any real power or any real peace. Our lingering pain, our echoes and our ghosts live exclusively in the past. Our anxieties, our worries, our fears live exclusively in the future. The past is a memory. The future is a fantasy. The only thing that is real is this one, single breath, by consistently, gently, returning our attention to the physical sensation of the breath. We perform a radical act. We pull the plug on the time-traveling machine of the mind. We disrupt the endless loop of rumination about what was, and we interrupt the frantic catastrophizing about what might be. We come home. Neurologically, this practice has a powerful effect. When we are lost in painful stories or anxious thoughts, the part of our brain called the default mode network is highly active. This is the network responsible for rumination, self-referential thinking, and mind-wandering. At the same time, our amygdala, the brain's threat detection system, can be highly activated, keeping us in a state of low-grade stress or fight or flight. When we consciously place our attention on the somatic, physical sensation of the breath, the coolness of the air at the nostrils, the rise and fall of the abdomen, we activate the brain's task-positive network. We are giving the mind a simple, concrete job to do in the present. This act alone begins to calm the default mode network and soothe the amygdala. We are, in a very real sense, using the body to calm the mind. We are using the present to heal the past. The most effective metaphor for this practice is the breath as an anchor. Imagine your mind is a small boat on a vast ocean. The ocean can be calm and glassy, but it can also become a raging storm of thoughts and emotions. When the storm hits, the boat is tossed about mercilessly on the waves of anger, fear, or despair. We feel lost, helpless, at the mercy of the storm. We can be so caught up in the drama of the waves that we forget that our boat has an anchor. The breath is this anchor. It is heavy, steady, and always available. The practice of mindfulness of breathing is the simple act of recognizing the storm and consciously choosing to drop the anchor. The anchor doesn't make the storm go away. The waves of thought and emotion may still crash and roar, but the boat is no longer lost. It is no longer at the mercy of the storm. It is held steady and secure in one place. By holding us in the present moment, the anchor of the breath allows the storm to pass through without capsizing us. It allows us to be with our experience, however intense, without being completely consumed by it. This practice is not about stopping our thoughts. That is impossible. It is not about achieving a state of perfect, blissful calm. That is an unrealistic goal that leads to more striving. The practice is simply about where you choose to place your attention. It is about the gentle, repeated act of noticing that your mind has been swept away by the storm, and then lovingly, without any judgment, dropping the anchor again by returning your awareness to the simple, physical reality of the breath. That moment of noticing and that moment of returning is the entire practice. Every time you do it, you are strengthening your muscle of awareness. You are carving a new neural pathway. You are choosing peace over turmoil. Let us drop our anchor now. Together, find your posture, one that embodies both dignity and ease. Close your eyes or lower your gaze. Let's begin by taking 3 slightly deeper, more intentional breaths to signal our arrival in this moment. Breathe in through your nose, filling your belly, your ribs, your chest, and then exhale with a soft, audible sigh through your mouth, letting go of whatever you were carrying a moment ago. 2 more times, inhaling deeply and exhaling completely. Last one, breathing in presence and breathing out tension. Now let your breath return to its own natural, effortless rhythm. There is no need to control it or change it in any way. Your body knows how to breathe. Your only task is to feel it. Bring your attention to the physical sensations of your body breathing. You might choose to rest your awareness at the tip of your nostrils, feeling the subtle coolness of the air as it enters and the gentle warmth as it leaves. It is a tiny sensation, but it is always there. Rest your full attention on this gateway of the breath, or you might prefer to rest your attention on the movement of your chest or your belly. Feel the gentle rise of your abdomen on the in-breath and the gentle fall on the out-breaths. Place your awareness there as if you were a sailor resting a hand on the steady anchor chain. Your mind will wander. This is not a mistake. This is not a failure. It is simply what minds do. It will wander into thoughts, plans, memories, sounds. The moment you notice that your attention is no longer on the breath, you are experiencing a moment of pure mindfulness. You have woken up. In that moment, gently acknowledge where your mind went to, thinking, and then, with the kindness you would use to guide a lost puppy back home, gently, lovingly, escort your attention back to the physical sensation of the breath, back to the coolness at the nostrils, back to the rising and falling of the belly. We will rest here in silence for some time. There is nowhere to go, nothing to do, nothing to achieve. Just the simple, profound reality of this one breath, and then the next, dropping the anchor, coming home again, and again. And again, as your anchor holds you steady in the quiet waters of the present. You may notice the weather of your mind. You may see the clouds of thought drifting by. You may feel the currents of emotion pulling gently at the boat. The practice of anchoring in the breath naturally gives rise to the ability to simply witness these inner events without being swept away. Each time we return to the breath, we have a brief, illuminating moment where we see the thought storm we were just lost. This leads us to our next crucial practice. What if we could learn to watch these clouds and currents with a steady, curious gaze, without ever leaving our anchor? What if we could learn to see our thoughts without becoming them? By anchoring ourselves in the breath, we create a small island of stillness in the midst of the often turbulent ocean of the mind. From this island, we can begin to observe the weather patterns of our own consciousness with a new perspective. We can see the thoughts and feelings that arise, crest, and pass away. This leads us to a pivotal insight on the path to freedom, an insight that is at the core of mindfulness practice. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which your thoughts appear. This is a subtle but life-altering shift. We typically spend our lives completely fused with our thoughts. A thought like "I am a failure" arises, and we believe it. We become it. We feel the shame and sadness that accompany it, as if the thought were an absolute truth delivered by an oracle. We don't experience it as a thought about failure is arising. We experience it as "I am a failure." This fusion, this identification with the contents of our mind, is the mechanism that keeps us trapped in cycles of pain. There is a classic Zen story that beautifully illustrates the alternative. A young monk, renowned for his intellectual brilliance, was deeply tormented by his own mind. He complained to his master, "My mind is like a marketplace at noon, chaotic, noisy, and full of endless chatter. I cannot find a moment of peace. How can I stop these thoughts so that I can find silence?" The master, instead of offering a complex technique, led the monk out of the temple and up a nearby hill. The sky that day was a brilliant blue, punctuated by large, white clouds that were drifting lazily on the wind. "Your task for today is simple," the master said. "I want you to sit here and stop those clouds from moving." The monk was flabbergasted. "Master, that's impossible. I cannot stop the clouds. They are moved by the wind. They are not in my control." "Exactly," the master replied, his eyes twinkling. "Now, I want you to sit here and watch them. Don't try to change them. Don't try to hold on to the beautiful ones or push away the dark ones. Just watch them be born at one horizon, drift across the vastness of the sky, and dissolve at the other. Watch them all day." The monk did as he was told. He sat on the hillside from morning until evening. He watched small, wispy clouds form out. Of the blue, he watched them gather together to become large, dramatic shapes. He watched dark, grey clouds, pregnant with rain, drift by, and he watched them break apart again into harmless puffs of white. By the end of the day, a profound peace had settled over him. He went to his master and bowed. "I understand," he said. "My thoughts are just like those clouds. I cannot stop them from coming, and I do not need to. They are not me. They are just weather passing through the sky of my mind." This is the essence of the practice of mindful observation. It is the cultivation of a spacious, non-judgmental awareness that allows our thoughts and feelings to come and go without getting entangled in them. It is what some traditions call choiceless awareness, simply noticing what arises in our field of consciousness without clinging to it if it's pleasant, or pushing it away if it's unpleasant. The metaphor of thoughts as clouds passing in the vast open sky of the mind is one of the most powerful we have. Our true nature, our deepest consciousness, is like the sky. It is vast, boundless, luminous, and fundamentally peaceful. It is always there. The thoughts, emotions, and sensations that move through us are like the weather. Sometimes the sky of our mind is clear and blue. Sometimes it is filled with fluffy white clouds of happy thoughts. Sometimes it is dark and overcast with storms of anger, grief, or fear. Our mistake is that we forget we are the sky. We believe we are the cloud. When a dark storm cloud of sadness appears, we say, "I am sad," and we contract around it, becoming the storm itself. The practice of observation is to remember, in that moment, that we are the sky. The storm is just a temporary weather pattern passing through. The sky is not harmed by the storm. The sky does not need to fight the storm. The sky simply provides the space for the storm to be what it is, knowing that it, too, will pass. This practice directly defangs our most painful thoughts. An obsessive, critical thought is like a dark, ugly cloud. When we are fused with it, it fills our entire reality. It's all we can see. But when we step back and see it as a cloud in the sky, it loses its power. It is just one object floating in a much larger space. We can look at it and say, "Ah, there is the I'm not good enough cloud again. Interesting shape today." We can observe its texture, its color, its movement, without having to board it and take a ride. This act of disidentification is profoundly liberating. The thought may still be there, but it is no longer consuming us. We have unhooked ourselves from its narrative. This is not a cold, detached intellectual exercise. It is a warm, compassionate holding of our own experience. We are creating a safe, spacious inner environment where even our most difficult thoughts and feelings are allowed to exist without being judged or exiled. Paradoxically, by giving our thoughts and feelings the space to be, we allow them to pass more quickly. It is our resistance to them, our struggle with them, that gives them energy and makes them stick around, like a storm that stalls because of conflicting weather fronts. Let us practice becoming the sky right now. Settle in. Let your body be still, your breath your anchor. First, become aware of the sky of your mind in its natural state. Just notice what is present. Are there many clouds today? Few clouds? Are they moving quickly or slowly? Just observe, without any agenda to change what you see now. We will practice a simple technique of observation. For the next few moments, I want you to rest in a state of open awareness. Instead of focusing only on the breath, let your awareness be wide and receptive, like the sky itself. Simply notice whatever arises in your consciousness. It might be a thought, a physical sensation, an external sound, or a feeling. When something arises, I invite you to gently, silently, label it. If a thought about your to-do list appears, just label it, thinking. If you hear a sound from outside, label it, hearing. If you feel an itch on your nose, label it, feeling. If a wave of sadness washes through you, label it, feeling. You don't need to get involved in the content. You are not judging the thought, analyzing the sound, or trying to scratch the itch. You are simply noticing and naming the category of experience, thinking, hearing, feeling. Each label is a gentle reminder that you are the observer, not the observed. You are the sky, not the cloud. You are the consciousness that is aware of the thought, not the thought itself. When you get lost, which you will, simply notice that you've been carried away on a cloud, and then gently return to your practice of observing and labeling. Ah, I was lost in thought. Thinking, let us try this together now, in silence. Rest as the sky, and simply watch the weather of your experience as it arises and passes away. What do you notice as you practice this? You may notice that thoughts are incredibly fleeting. They appear out of nowhere and disappear just as quickly if you don't grab onto them. You may notice that you are not creating them. They are simply arising. You may notice that beneath the traffic of the clouds, there is a deep, abiding stillness, a quiet that was there all along. This is the sky of your true nature. As we consistently practice observing our thoughts without grasping them, a natural consequence begins to occur, much like what happens after a long, needed rain. The clouds begin to thin, the turbulence of the mind lessens, and the mud of our ceaseless, agitated thinking, which has kept our inner world so opaque, finally begins to settle. And in that settling, for the first time, a profound clarity can emerge. We can begin to see to the very bottom of our own being. This leads us to the precious gift that is born of stillness, the gift of insight. We have anchored ourselves in the present with the breath. We have learned to watch the clouds of thought drift through the sky of our mind without being swept away by them. As we continue these practices, something remarkable begins to happen. The frantic activity of the mind begins to slow down. The inner chatter lessens. A sense of spaciousness and quiet grows. It is like being at a loud, chaotic party for hours, and then stepping outside into the cool, silent night. The relief is palpable. It is in this emerging stillness that the deepest healing and most profound insights can arise. Let us explore this with a final story for our journey tonight. There was a woman, a weaver, who was known for the complexity and beauty of her tapestries. She was facing a difficult decision in her life. Her children were grown, her husband had passed, and she was trying to decide whether to sell her ancestral home and move to a warmer, easier climate, or to stay in the village where she had spent her entire life. Her mind was a tangled knot of pros and cons. If she stayed, she would have her friends and her memories, but also the harsh winters and the pain of loneliness in a large, empty house. If she moved, she would have warmth and a new beginning, but she would be leaving behind everything she had ever known. She spent weeks trying to think her way to a solution. She made lists. She talked to friends. She lay awake at night, her mind spinning in relentless circles, like a loom with a tangled thread. The more she thought, the more confused and anxious she became. Her mind was like a pool of water that someone was frantically stirring with a stick, hoping to see the bottom. But the stirring only made the water more muddy, more opaque. One afternoon, exhausted and frustrated, she gave up. She left her loom, walked out of her house, and went deep into the woods to a place she had loved as a child, a small, hidden pool, fed by a tiny, clear spring. The pool was surrounded by ancient moss-covered stones and ferns. She sat on one of the stones, not to think, but simply to rest. She had no agenda. She just watched the water. At first, her arrival had disturbed. The pool, the fine sediment at the bottom was stirred up, and the water was cloudy. But as she sat there, perfectly still, just breathing with the forest, she noticed the sediment begin to settle, slowly, almost imperceptibly. The water began to clear. The longer she sat in stillness, the clearer the pool became. After a long while, the water was so transparent it was like looking through glass. She could see every detail at the bottom, the smooth, colorful pebbles, a small green frog resting on a sunken leaf, the gentle, rhythmic pulsing of the spring from which the new water emerged. The clarity was absolute, and in that moment of outer clarity, an effortless inner clarity arose. The answer to her problem appeared in her mind, not as the result of a logical argument, but as a simple, quiet, self-evident truth. It felt less like a decision she had made, and more like a truth she had finally become quiet enough to hear. She knew what she needed to do. A profound peace settled over her. She had not found the answer by stirring the waters of her mind more vigorously. She had found it by allowing them to become still. This woman's experience reveals a fundamental principle of the contemplative path. The deepest insights, the most creative solutions, and the most profound truths do not come from aggressive, linear thinking. They emerge like bubbles from a deep spring, from a mind that has become quiet, settled, and still. The Western mind often equates doing nothing with wasting time. We believe that to solve a problem, we must be actively thinking about it. But the Eastern contemplative traditions have known for millennia that there is a different kind of intelligence, a deeper wisdom that is only accessible when the chattering, analytical mind relaxes its grip. Think of your own life. When do your best ideas come to you? Often, it is not when you are sitting at your desk staring at a problem, but when you are in the shower, or taking a walk, or doing the dishes, or in that liminal space just before you fall asleep. These are all moments when the focused, problems part of the mind has softened, allowing a more intuitive, holistic intelligence to emerge. The metaphor of the mind as a pool of water is perfect. Our everyday thoughts, emotions, worries, and plans are the sediment. The constant stirring is our obsessive thinking, our rumination, our anxiety. When we are caught in this state, our inner world is muddy and opaque. We can't see things clearly. We react from a place of confusion and fear. We make decisions based on the turbulence of the moment. The practice of meditation, in all its forms, is the act of sitting still on the edge of the pool. We stop stirring. We let the breath be our anchor. We watch the thoughts as clouds, and we simply allow the sediment to settle. We are not trying to force the mud to the bottom. We are simply creating the conditions of stillness that allow it to settle on its own. This requires trust. It requires us to believe that stillness is not empty, but is, in fact, incredibly fertile. It is the rich soil from which wisdom grows. The insights that arise from this stillness, known as vipassana or clear seeing, have a different quality. From our everyday thoughts, they are not accompanied by agitation or argument. They arrive with a sense of quiet conviction, of peace, and of self-evident truth. It feels less like you've figured something out and more like you've remembered something you already knew on a much deeper level. It is in this clear pool of a quieted mind that we can finally see the root causes of our lingering pain. We can see the old, mistaken beliefs we have held about ourselves. We can see our attachments with a clarity that is free from judgment. We can see the path forward, not as a struggle, but as a simple, clear next step. We stop fighting with our reality because we can finally see it as it truly is. Let us now sit together by the side of our own inner pool and invite this clarity. Settle into your posture of quiet dignity. Your body is still. Your breath is flowing naturally. Let your awareness be soft and open. Imagine in the center of your being there is a pool of water. For many of us, for much of the day, this pool is stirred up, the water cloudy with the sediment of our busy lives and minds. Just for these next few moments, your only task is to be still. You are not trying to achieve anything. You are not trying to have a profound insight. You are simply giving your inner world a chance to settle. Imagine you are the woman in the story, sitting on a mossy stone by the water's edge. You are watching your own inner pool. With each gentle breath, you are allowing the particles of thought and worry to slowly, gently drift downward. Don't try to push them down. Just create the stillness that allows them to fall. As you sit in this quiet, you might begin to notice the spaces between your thoughts. For a fraction of a second, there is a gap, a moment of pure, silent awareness. Can you rest in that gap? Can you listen to the silence itself? This silence is not empty. It is the source. It is the clear water from which everything else arises. It is the stillness of your true nature. We are not looking for anything spectacular. We are simply cultivating the habit of inner quiet. We are learning to trust that this quiet space is the most healing place we can be. If an insight arises, receive it gently. If no insight arises, that is perfectly fine. The practice is the stillness itself. The clarity is a natural consequence that will come in its own time. Your job is not to find the truth, but to create the inner silence where the truth can find you. As we sit here in stillness, a sense of connection may arise. As the pool of our own mind clears, we can see that we are not just this isolated pool, but that we are fed by a universal spring. We can begin to sense the unseen threads that connect our small pool to the entire watershed, to the ocean, to all of life. This brings us to a beautiful and expansive realization that our own healing is never just for ourselves. It is a gift to the entire world. We have journeyed inward from the echoing chambers of our pain to the quiet, clear pool of a settled mind. In this stillness, a new kind of seeing becomes possible. Our focus, which has been so tightly constricted around our own personal story, our own suffering, can finally begin to soften and expand. As the muddy water of the me story clears, we start to see that our small, individual pool is not isolated. It is fed by countless streams, and it flows out into a vast, interconnected watershed. We begin to sense the unseen threads that weave our life, our pain, and our healing into a tapestry that is far larger and more magnificent than we ever imagined. To explore this, let us enter the workshop of a master weaver. This weaver, an old woman with eyes that held the wisdom of generations, was creating a vast tapestry for the main hall of a new temple. It was a monumental work, depicting the entire landscape of existence, mountains and rivers, forests and skies, animals and celestial beings. Her apprentices worked with her, their hands flying as they passed the shuttles back and forth. But it was the master weaver who held the grand design in her mind. One day, a young, ambitious apprentice named Kato was working on a section of the sky. He was meticulous and a perfectionist. He noticed a single thread that had been woven into the expanse of deep blue. It was a flawed thread. It was a muddy, brownish color, and it was knotted and uneven. To Kato, it was a glaring mistake. It ruined the perfect, uniform blue of the sky. He felt a surge of irritation and disappointment. How could the master, with her legendary skill, have allowed such an imperfect thread into their great work? He went to her, his brow furrowed with concern. "Master," he said, pointing to the offending thread. "Look, this thread is flawed. It is ugly. It will spoil the beauty of the tapestry. We must pull it out." The master weaver stopped her work and came to look. She traced the path of the muddy brown thread with her finger. She saw how it ran through the sky, behind a white cloud, next to a silver star. A slow smile spread across her face. "Ah, yes," she said. "The thread of suffering." Kato was confused. The thread of suffering. Why would you intentionally weave suffering into a sacred tapestry? Because, the master explained, her voice soft, the tapestry is a picture of life as it is, not as we wish it would be, and life contains flawed threads. But look more closely. She guided Kato's gaze across the great expanse. Do you see where that thread goes? It travels all the way from the dark forest at the bottom, a place of fear, and it connects to that brilliant, golden sun at the very top, a place of awakening. No other thread makes that journey. That single, flawed thread, in its ugliness, is what secretly holds the darkness and the light together. It gives the sky its depth. It makes the blue seem more vibrant in contrast. If you were to pull it out, the entire tapestry would lose a hidden layer of its strength and its meaning. It would be perfect, perhaps, but it would no longer be true. And it would no longer be beautiful. Kato stared at the tapestry with new eyes. He saw what the master meant. The single, flawed thread was not a mistake. It was essential. It was the thread that gave the entire piece its story, its soul. He realized that to reject the flawed thread was to reject the wholeness of the great design. This parable brings us to one of the most profound and comforting teachings of the Buddhist path, the teaching of pratitya sumatpa, which is often translated as interconnectedness or dependent origination. It is the understanding that nothing, absolutely nothing, exists in isolation. Everything arises in dependence on other factors. A flower cannot exist without the sun, the soil, the rain, the seed, and the gardener. It is a manifestation of the entire universe. A thought cannot exist without the brain, the body, the culture, the language, and the experiences that shaped it. In the same way, our personal suffering is not, in the deepest sense, personal. Our pain, which feels so intensely private and isolating, is that flawed, muddy brown thread. We look at it and say, "This is my pain. This is my trauma. This is my failure." The ego, with its fierce sense of separation, claims ownership of the suffering, and this ownership creates a heavy, lonely burden. But the wisdom of interconnectedness invites us to zoom out and see the entire tapestry. It shows us that our thread of pain is woven from countless other threads. It is woven from the threads of our parents' and grandparents' lives, their own joys and unresolved sorrows. It is woven from the threads of the society we live in, its values and its pressures. It is woven from the threads of our shared human biology, our primal fears, and our deep-seated needs for love and belonging. When we see this, the nature of our suffering begins to change. It is no longer a personal failing or a random curse. It becomes something impersonal, universal. The question shifts from why is this happening to me, to what is this experience of being human? We realize that this same flawed, muddy thread runs through countless other lives, in countless other forms. Our loneliness is the loneliness of all beings who feel separate. Our grief is the grief of all beings who have experienced loss. Our fear is the fear of all beings who face the unknown. This recognition is the ultimate antidote to shame and isolation. It is the beginning of true compassion, both for ourselves and for others. We look at a person who is acting out in anger, and instead of seeing a villain, we see their own tangled, painful thread. We look at our own sorrow, and instead of seeing a weakness, we see our deep connection to the heart of the world. The metaphor that perfectly captures this is the unseen threads of the tapestry, or the image of Indra's jeweled net, a cosmic net described in Buddhist scriptures. At every intersection of the net, there is a single, brilliant jewel, and if you look closely at any one jewel, you will see the reflections of all the other jewels in the entire net. Each jewel contains all the others. This is the nature of reality. Each one of us contains the whole. Your joy is reflected in me. My healing is reflected in you. We are inextricably linked. This understanding transforms the act of our own healing. It ceases to be a selfish pursuit. When we undertake the work of releasing our own lingering pain, of untangling our own knotted thread, we are not just doing it for ourselves, because our thread is connected to all the others. Our act of healing sends a subtle, positive vibration throughout the entire tapestry. When we learn to respond to our own pain with compassion, we are better able to meet the pain of our family, our friends, and our community with compassion. When we release the burden of a painful narrative from the past, we stop passing that pain down to the next generation. Our personal liberation is a gift to the entire world. It is the most compassionate and meaningful work we can possibly do. Let us now take a moment to feel into these unseen threads that connect us all. Settle into your quiet, centered space. Feel the support of the earth beneath you, a single point of contact with the vast planet. Feel the air you are breathing, the same air that has been breathed by countless beings before you, the same air that nourishes the trees and stirs the oceans. Bring your attention to your own lingering pain, that familiar ache, that knotted thread. Feel its texture, its color, its specific quality. Acknowledge it with kindness now. I invite you to begin to zoom out in your mind's eye. See your pain as a single thread woven into the tapestry of your life. Now, zoom out further. See the tapestry of your life being woven into the larger tapestry of your family. See the threads of your parents' lives, their hopes and fears, interwoven with your own. See the threads of your ancestors, stretching back through time. You are not separate from them. Their story is part of your story. Zoom out further still. See the tapestry of your family woven into the larger tapestry of your community, your culture, your nation. See the shared beliefs, the shared histories, the shared wounds, and the shared joys that have shaped you in ways you may not even realize. Now, zoom out to the furthest possible perspective. See the great, luminous tapestry of all humanity stretching across the entire globe and across all of time. See the billions upon billions of threads of every color and texture imaginable, and see that the thread of suffering, the muddy, knotted, brown thread, appears again and again and again. It is a fundamental part of the great design. It is not a mistake. Find your own thread in this immense picture. And now, see the threads that connect it to others. See the person who hurt you, and see their own tangled, painful thread that led them to act as they did. See the people you may have hurt, and see the threads of your own pain that caused you. To do so, this is not about condoning or excusing harm. It is about understanding, with a vast and compassionate heart, the intricate web of cause and effect, of suffering leading to more suffering. Now, bring your attention back to your own thread, right where you are in the great tapestry. And imagine that as you do your own inner workers, you practice compassion, as you let go of old narratives, as you allow yourself to gilla soft, golden light begins to glow from your thread. This light is your own liberation. It is your own peace. And notice how this light travels. It illuminates the threads around you. It brings a subtle warmth to the threads it is connected to. Your act of healing your own heart is an act of healing the world. Your peace becomes a part of the world's peace. Your courage to heal inspires courage in others. Let this understanding settle deep within you. Your healing is not a small, selfish act. It is a profound offering to all beings. It is your unique and sacred contribution to the beauty of the whole. As we rest in this feeling of profound connection, we can begin to see our own struggles in a new light. We can look at the muddiest, most difficult parts of our own history, the parts we are most ashamed of, and see them not as mistakes, but as the very soil from which our most beautiful qualities can grow. This is the great alchemy of the spirit, finding the lotus in our own mud. When we begin to see our lives as part of a vast interwoven tapestry, our perspective on our own flawed threads can radically change. The parts of our story that we have been most ashamed of, the painful experiences we have tried to hide or cut out, can be seen in a new light. We can start to see that these very experiences, the muddiest and murkiest parts of our journey, are often the very source of our greatest strength, our deepest compassion, and our most profound wisdom. This is the great alchemy of the human spirit, the ability to transform suffering into beauty. And there is no more powerful symbol for this transformation in the spiritual traditions of the East than the lotus blossom. Let us journey in our minds to a still pond at the height of summer. The surface of the pond is dotted with magnificent lotus flowers. Their petals are pristine white or a delicate pink, opening to the sun. They seem to float on the water, symbols of purity, grace, and perfection. They are so beautiful that it is easy to forget where they come from. It is easy to forget that the journey of every single one of these exquisite blossoms began in the same place, deep down in the dark, smelly, anaerobic mud at the very bottom of the pond. Imagine a single lotus seed dormant in that cold, dark mud. It is the place of our deepest wounds, our traumas, our grief, our shame. It is the muck of life we would rather avoid. And yet, it is here, in the darkness, that life begins. A tiny, imperceptible spark of life within the seed is activated. It feels a mysterious, instinctual pull towards a light it has never seen. And so, it begins its journey. It sends down roots, anchoring itself firmly in the very mud it seeks to leave. It does not deny the mud. It does not try to pretend it is not there. It uses the mud as its foundation. It draws nourishment from the very stuff of decay and darkness. This is the first stage of our healing. We must be willing to acknowledge and accept the reality of our own mud. We must be willing to put our roots down into the truth of our own painful history. Then the seed sends a slender, determined stalk upward. This is the journey through the murky water. The water is cloudy with uncertainty, with confusion, with the swirling currents of our unresolved emotions. The stalk is fragile. It is buffeted by the currents. At times, it may seem lost. In the darkness, with no sense of which way is up. This is the long, often difficult process of our healing work. It is the journey of staying with our discomfort, of navigating our inner turmoil, of keeping our faith in a light we cannot yet see. The stalk does not fight the water. It learns to be flexible, to bend with the currents while never losing its upward orientation. And then, one day, after a long and patient journey, the tip of the stalk breaks the surface of the water and emerges into the open air and the direct warmth of the sun. The bud, which has been tightly closed to protect it on its journey, now feels the warmth of this new world, and it begins to open. Petal by petal, it unfurls, revealing its exquisite, luminous heart. It has reached the light. And here is the miracle. Though it has risen up through the mud and the murky water, its petals are completely unstained. The mud and the murk have not clung to it. Instead, they have served as the necessary crucible for its transformation. The lotus does not bloom in spite of the mud. It blooms because of the mud. The darkness was the source of its strength. The journey was the source of its grace. This is the profound teaching of the lotus blossom. It is the teaching of resilience, of post-traumatic growth, of finding meaning and beauty in the midst of our greatest adversities. Our culture often tells us that suffering is something to be avoided at all costs, a sign that something has gone wrong. The wisdom of the lotus teaches us the opposite. It shows us that our suffering, our dukkha, our mud, is the very fertilizer for our spiritual growth. Think of the people you admire most for their wisdom and compassion. Are they people who have lived easy, sheltered, painless lives? Or are they people who have been through the fire of adversity and have come out the other side, not hardened and bitter, but softened, deepened, and filled with a profound empathy for the suffering of others? The wound is often the place where the light enters. Our deepest pain can carve out a greater capacity for joy. Our most profound losses can open our hearts to a more universal love. The mud of a painful divorce can become the soil for learning, true self-reliance, and cultivating a deeper capacity for authentic relationship. The mud of a serious illness can become the soil for a profound appreciation for the simple gift of life and a deep empathy for others who are sick. The mud of failure can become the soil for humility, resilience, and the courage to try again with greater wisdom. The mud of addiction can become the soil for a powerful journey of recovery, self-awareness, and a desire to help others who are struggling. The lotus does not wear its journey as a scar. It wears it as its beauty. The strength of its stalk, the brilliance of its color, the purity of its petals all are testament to the darkness it has overcome. In the same way, we are invited to reframe our own history of suffering. It is not a story of our brokenness. It is the story of our resilience. The scars we carry are not signs of our weakness, but maps of our strength, testaments to the battles we have survived. This is not a call to seek out suffering. It is a call to honor the suffering we have already endured. It is an invitation to stop seeing ourselves as damaged goods and to start seeing ourselves as lotus flowers in various stages of blooming. Some of us are still a seed in the mud. Some of us are a stalk in the murky water. Some of us are a bud at the surface, and some of us are in full, glorious bloom. The entire journey is sacred. Every stage is necessary. Let us take a moment now to honor the lotus blossom within ourselves. Settle into your quiet space. Let your body be still, your heart open. I invite you to bring to mind a period of significant difficulty from your past, a time of mud. It could be a loss, a failure, an illness, a heartbreak. Don't plunge into the re-traumatizing details of the story. Instead, simply acknowledge this period of your life as the mud at the bottom of your own pond. Feel the truth of its darkness, its difficulty, its pain. Honor the reality of what you went through. Now, instead of wishing the mud had never been there, we are going to look for what has grown from it. We are going to look for the lotus dot with a spirit of gentle, kind curiosity. Ask yourself, what strength did I discover in myself during that time? What inner resources did I find that I never knew I had? Perhaps it was a surprising resilience, a stubborn will to survive, or a quiet, enduring patience. Acknowledge this strength. This is the root that anchored you in the mud. Now ask yourself, what did that experience teach me? What wisdom did I gain? Perhaps you learned who your true friends were. Perhaps you learned the importance of self-care. Perhaps you learned that you are stronger than you ever thought possible. This wisdom is the strong, flexible stalk that grew up through the murky water. And now, ask yourself the most important question. What beautiful quality has blossomed in me because of that painful experience? Has it made you more compassionate toward others who are suffering in a similar way? Has it deepened your empathy? Has it given you a greater appreciation for the simple joys of life? Has it opened your heart in some way? This is your lotus blossom. It may be a small blossom. It may still be a bud, but it is there. See if you can identify it. See if you can, for a moment, let go of the story of the pain and instead honor the story of the beauty that has emerged from it in your mind's eye. Visualize your own personal lotus flower. See it rooted in the dark mud of your past, but see its magnificent bloom floating on the surface of your present, pristine and beautiful. See that its beauty does not deny the mud. It is a testament to it. This is your resilience. This is your grace. This is the unconquerable spirit within you that continually transforms darkness into light. Take a moment to offer a silent thank you to the mud. Thank it for the lessons. Thank it for the strength it forced you to find. Thank it for the beautiful lotus it has allowed to bloom. As we rest in this image, we feel a shift. We are no longer a victim of our past. We are the alchemist who has transformed it. We stand now not as a wounded person trying to get by, but as a resilient being, strong and wise from our journey. And from this new place of empowered presence, we can do something remarkable. We can consciously, deliberately choose our destination. We can set a clear and unwavering intention for the shores of peace we now wish to sail to dot. We have journeyed far. We have seen our pain as an echo, an attachment, a teacher, a thread in a great tapestry, and as the mud for our own lotus blossom. We have cultivated compassion, patience, and the stillness of a clear pool. We now stand in a new place, a place of greater wisdom and strength. From this empowered vantage point, our healing no longer has to be a haphazard or reactive process. We can now become the conscious architects of our own liberation. We can set a clear, unwavering intention to guide us on the final leg of our journey. Let us imagine a voyager, a woman who has decided to sail her small boat across a vast expanse of ocean. She would not simply untie the boat from the dock, hoist the sail, and hope for the best. That would be foolish, leaving her at the mercy of every random wind and current. A wise voyager would first prepare. She would spend time planning her journey. Most importantly, she would have a clear and unshakable vision of her destination, a specific island, a distant, peaceful shore that she holds in her mind's eye. She would study the star charts, learning the constellations that will guide her. In the darkness, she would pack provisions, water for thirst, food for hunger. She would check the integrity of her boat, mending the sails, patching the hull. And every day, as she prepares, she holds the image of that distant shore in her heart. She can smell the fragrant flowers that grow there. She can feel the soft, warm sand under her feet. She can hear the sound of the gentle waves on its beaches. This vision, this clear intention, is not just a dream. It is her rudder. It is her compass. When she finally sets sail, this intention is what guides her every action. When a storm comes and she is filled with fear, the vision of the peaceful shore gives her the courage to navigate the waves. When the sea is flat and calm for days and she is bored and listless, the vision of the shore gives her the patience to wait for the wind. When she is lost in a thick fog, the memory of the stars she studied points her in the right direction. Her intention is the organizing principle of her entire journey. It is what transforms a random, chaotic drift into a purposeful voyage. This is the power of intention, or sankalpa, in the yogic tradition. A sankalpa is more than a goal or a wish. A goal is often focused on an external achievement, and it can carry the energy of striving and dissatisfaction. A wish is passive. A sankalpa is a vow, a solemn promise that you make to yourself, a statement of your deepest heartfelt desire that you plant like a seed in the fertile soil of your consciousness. It is a declaration of what you are aligning your life's energy with. The teaching here is that the mind is like a garden. If we do not consciously and deliberately plant the flowers we wish to see grow, flowers of peace, compassion, and freedom, then weeds will grow automatically. The weeds are our old, conditioned, habitual patterns of thought, the painful narratives, the self-criticism, the anxiety. They require no effort to grow. They are the default setting of an untended mind. Setting a clear intention is the act of consciously choosing what we want to cultivate in the garden of our mind. It is telling the universe and our own deeper self, this is what I am dedicating my energy to. This is the direction I am heading. When we set a clear intention for releasing our lingering pain, we mobilize all our inner resources. The subconscious mind, which is incredibly powerful, begins to work in alignment with our conscious desire. We start to notice opportunities for healing that we were blind to before. We find our resolve strengthened when we face challenges. Our daily practices of mindfulness, of compassion are no longer just disconnected exercises. They become the deliberate acts of provisioning our boat and mending our sails for our great journey. They all have a unified purpose, to carry us to the distant shore of our own peace. An effective intention has a few key qualities. First, it is stated in the positive. Instead of saying, I want to stop feeling so much anger and resentment, which keeps the mind focused on anger and resentment, we would say, I am cultivating a heart of peace and forgiveness. We orient ourselves toward what we want to create, not what we want to destroy. Second, it is stated in the present tense, as if it were already true. This is not a denial of our present reality, but a powerful way of aligning our energy with the reality we wish to create. By stating, my heart is peaceful and forgiving, we begin to inhabit that quality, to feel what it would be like. And this feeling begins to draw that reality toward us. It is planting the flag on the distant shore before we have even arrived. The metaphor of the distant shore is a beautiful one for this practice. The shore represents our desired state of being a life of freedom, unburdened by the weight of the past. The vast ocean is our life's journey. The boat is our practice. And the intention is the unwavering vision of that shore that we hold. In our heart, the compass that guides us through every kind of weather. What does your distant shore look like? What is the quality of being you wish to cultivate? Is it peace? Is it joy? Is it freedom? Is it To know your destination is the first and most crucial step in arriving there. Let us take this time now to chart our own course, to get clear on our own distant shore. The soundscape shifts to one of gentle but purposeful movement. Perhaps the sound of a steady, gentle wind in the sails of a boat, and the sound of calm seas. Find your place of inner stillness. Let your body be comfortable and your mind as settled as it can be. Imagine yourself standing on a dock at the edge of a great, shimmering ocean. The sun is rising, and the path of its light creates a golden road across the water, stretching all the way to the horizon. You have a small, sturdy boat tied to the dock. This boat represents your capacity, your resilience, your practice. You are preparing for a great voyage. Before you set sail, you must know your destination. Look out across that golden path on the water, and imagine, far on the horizon, your own distant shore. Your island of peace, what does it look like? Let an image arise. Is it a tropical island with white sand and palm trees? Is it a rugged, mountainous coast with quiet, green forests? Is it a simple, solitary hermitage on a cliff overlooking the sea? Create the image that feels most deeply peaceful and welcoming to you. Now, imagine you have already arrived. You are stepping out of your boat onto the sand of this shore. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Breathe in the air. What does the air of your peaceful shore smell like? Salt, pine, flowers. Most importantly, what does it feel like to be here? What is the emotional and spiritual quality of this place? As you stand on this shore, the old, lingering pain is gone. The heavy narrative has been released. What feeling is in its place? Is it a feeling of profound peace, of quiet joy, of unshakable strength, of deep self-acceptance, of playful freedom? Take your time. Let this feeling permeate your entire being. This feeling is your intention. Now, let us craft this feeling into a simple, clear statement. It should be short, positive, and in the present tense. For example, if your shore felt peaceful and forgiving, your sankalpa might be, "My heart is open and at peace." If it felt joyful and free, it might be, "I live in a state of joyful freedom." If it felt strong and self-accepting, it might be, "I trust and accept myself completely." Find the words that resonate most deeply with you. Don't overthink it. Trust the words that arise from the feeling. Once you have your statement, I invite you to silently plant it like a seed in the center of your heart. Repeat it to yourself 3 times, with conviction, with feeling. Let it be a vow you make to your deepest self. This is your compass. This is your rudder. Now, visualize yourself getting back in your boat, ready to begin the journey. But now, you are not drifting aimlessly. You hold the image of the shore and the feeling of your intention clearly in your heart. You untie the rope from the dock. You raise your sail to the wind, and you begin to move, steadily, purposefully, across the water toward the horizon, toward the home that is already waiting for you. To carry this intention is a powerful act. It will guide you. It will keep you on course. But as you sail, you may become aware of one final, heavy anchor that you have been dragging along the ocean floor, slowing your progress, threatening to hold you back. It is the anchor of for others and for ourselves. To truly reach that distant shore and live there in freedom, we must learn the sacred and often difficult art of cutting this final rope. We must be willing to empty the contents of our bitter bowl so that it can be filled with the sweet water of peace. We have set our intention. Our boat is on course for the distant shore of peace. But as we sail, we may feel a deep, heavy drag. It is the anchor of unforgiveness, digging into the seabed of our past, keeping us tethered to old hurts. No matter how hard we sail toward a future of freedom, this anchor will hold us back. Forgiveness, then, is not just a noble idea. It is a profoundly practical act of liberation. It is the act of cutting the anchor rope, not for the sake of the anchor, but for the sake of our own voyage. There is a story of a young student who came to his Zen master, his heart heavy with a grudge he had been carrying for years against a man who had cheated him in business. The grudge was a poison. It soured his relationships, disturbed his meditation, and stole his joy. "Master," he said, I am filled with hatred for this man. I cannot let it go. How can I find peace when this injustice sits in my heart? The master, without a word, went to a shelf and took down 2 identical, beautiful, empty bowls. He handed one to the student. Then he picked up a pair of tongs, reached into the fire pit, and pulled out a glowing, red-hot piece of charcoal. This charcoal, the master said, is your grudge. It is your anger, your resentment, your need for justice. I want you to hold it. And I want you to imagine throwing it at the man who wronged you. The student looked at the glowing coal and recoiled in horror. I cannot hold that, master, he exclaimed. It will burn me. It will destroy my hand. The master looked at him with deep, penetrating eyes. And so it is with your grudge, he said softly. You think you are holding it to one day throw it at him, but all this time, you are the only one being burned. He then dropped the hot coal into the empty bowl he was holding. The bowl, being ceramic, contained the heat. It did not crack. It simply held the burning coal. Your heart, the master continued, pointing to the bowl, is like this. It is vast enough to hold even the hottest anger. But you must not clutch the coal. You must learn to set it down inside your heart, to see it for what it is, burning, memory, and to allow it to cool in its own time. He then gestured to the empty bowl in the student's hand. Forgiveness, he said, is not about saying what the other person did was okay. It is not about condoning their actions or even letting them back into your life. Forgiveness is about your own hand. It is about your own heart. It is the decision to no longer hold the hot coal. It is the choice to have an empty bowl, a bowl that is ready to be filled with peace, with joy, with new experiences, rather than a bowl that is forever occupied by a single, burning ember from the past. This story cuts to the very heart of the matter. We so often believe that forgiveness is a gift we are giving to the other person, a gift they may not even deserve. We think it lets them off the hook. But the wisdom traditions teach us that this is a profound misunderstanding. Forgiveness is primarily a gift we give to ourselves. The act of holding on to anger, resentment, and bitterness is a form of self-poisoning. It is a state of chronic stress that affects our mental, emotional, and even physical health. We are drinking the poison and hoping the other person will die. The metaphor of the empty bowl is a powerful one. Imagine your heart, your consciousness, is a beautiful, handcrafted bowl. When you are holding onto a grudge, it is as if your bowl is filled with something bitter and toxica, murky, foul-smelling liquid. This is the content of your unforgiveness. As long as this liquid is in the bowl, nothing else can enter. You cannot fill it with the clear, sweet water of joy. You cannot fill it with the nourishing soup of a new relationship. You cannot fill it with the wine of a spiritual experience. The bowl is full. Its entire purpose is dedicated to holding. This bitterness taught to forgive is the simple, courageous act of tipping the bowl over and pouring out the poison. It is the decision to empty the bowl. This can be frightening. We may have been holding the bitterness for so long that we don't know who we would be without it. Our identity might be wrapped up in the story of being the one who was wronged. To empty the bowl means letting go of that identity. It means choosing freedom over being right. This practice of forgiveness often involves 2 movements: forgiving others and forgiving ourselves. Forgiving others is the process we have just described. It is the recognition that their actions came from their own pain, their own tangled threads, their own empty boats drifting aimlessly. It is understanding that their behavior was about them, not about you. It is the choice to stop allowing their past actions to poison your present moment. It is pouring out the bitter liquid they handed you. Forgiving ourselves is often even more difficult. We hold on to self-blame, shame, and regret like a shield. If I punish myself enough, I will never make that mistake again. But this self-flagellation is just another hot coal we hold in our hand. It is another form of poison we keep in our bowl. Forgiving ourselves means accepting our own human imperfection. It means looking at our past actions with the same compassionate, understanding heart that we are learning to cultivate for others. It means acknowledging that at the time, given the state of our awareness, our pain, and our resources, we did the best we could. Or even if we didn't, it means recognizing that our continued self-punishment serves no one. It does not change the past, it only ruins the present. Self-forgiveness is emptying our own bowl of the poison of shame and regret. Forgiveness is not a single event, it is a process. It may be a path you have to walk again and again. You may think you have emptied the bowl, only to find a few bitter drops remaining at the bottom a week later. That's okay. The practice is to simply tip the bowl over again, as many times as it takes. It is a practice of the heart, a quiet commitment to your own freedom. Let us now engage in a gentle practice of emptying the bowl. Settle into your quiet center. Let your body be still, a vessel of peace. In your mind's eye, I invite you to see before you a beautiful, empty bowl. It can be made of any material you like: simple clay, polished wood, clear glass. This bowl represents your heart in its natural state of openness and readiness. Now, allow your awareness to scan your life and your heart for any hot coals you may still be holding. Is there a person or a situation that, when you think of it, still causes a flash of anger, a sting of resentment, a pang of bitterness? Choose one of these to work with now. It does not have to be the largest one. As you bring this person or situation to mind, allow yourself to acknowledge the pain. Acknowledge the injustice. Your feelings are valid. Let them be there. Now, see these feelings, this grudge, as a dark, toxic liquid, and see that you have been storing this liquid in your beautiful bowl. See how it stains the sides. See how it prevents anything else from entering. Acknowledge the heavy price you have been paying to store this poison. Now, with a clear intention for your own freedom, I invite you to perform a ritual of release. In your imagination, pick up your bowl, feel its weight, and then, slowly, deliberately, tip it over and pour the dark liquid out onto the earth. You are not pouring it on anyone. You are simply returning it to the great earth of cause and effect, which knows how to compost and transform all things. Watch as every last drop pours out. The bitterness, the anger, the obsessive thoughts, the endless replays of the story. Let it all go now. Your bowl is empty. It might still have some residue, some stains. That is okay. Pick up the bowl and hold it in your hands. It is lighter now. It is open. It is ready. Imagine a stream of pure, clear, healing water, the water of compassion flowing into the bowl, washing away the last of the residue, leaving it pristine and clean. Now, let's turn to the practice of self-forgiveness. Is there something you have done that you are holding against yourself? A mistake, a failure, a time you caused harm? See this as another dark liquid of shame and self-blame that you are keeping in your heart bowl. Acknowledge the pain you caused. For yourself or another, take responsibility, but also recognize that your ongoing self-punishment does not heal anything. With a deep desire for your own peace, once again. Pick up the bowl and pour out this liquid of shame. Let it go. Wash the bowl clean with the waters of self-compassion. Hold your now empty bowl. It is a symbol of your freedom. It is a symbol of your readiness to be filled with the peace and joy of this present moment. It is a space of possibility. What would you like to fill this bowl with now? Peace, love, gratitude, joy. Silently set an intention to fill your heart with these qualities. Forgiveness is the key that unlocks the final chains to the past. It is the act that truly allows us to sail freely toward our distant shore. It empties us of the old so that we can be filled with the new. And in this new, open space, a final alchemy can take place. We can learn not just to release our pain, but to actively transmute it, to use its fiery energy as the very fuel for our deepest wisdom and strength. Section 18. The Quiet Fire. Transmuting pain into wisdom, we have emptied the bowl of forgiveness, releasing the bitter poisons of the past. We stand now in a place of profound openness, our hearts lighter, our hands free. This openness allows for the final and most mysterious stage of our alchemical journey, the transmutation of pain, not just its release. This is the process of taking the raw base metal of our suffering and through the quiet fire of our awareness, forging it into the pure gold of wisdom and strength. It is the discovery that our deepest challenges often contain the seeds of our greatest gifts. Let us imagine a blacksmith's forge. The blacksmith is a woman of immense strength and quiet focus. She works not with aggression, but with a deep understanding of her materials. In a corner of her forge lies a pile of scrap metal. It is ugly, misshapen, rusted. It is a collection of discarded, broken things, the base metal of our painful experiences, our failures, our wounds. To an ordinary eye, it is worthless junk. But the blacksmith sees its potential. She does not discard the scrap metal. She chooses a piece and places it into the heart of the forge, into the intense, purifying heat of the fire. The fire is the fire of our full, conscious attention. It is the heat of our willingness to be present with our pain, to feel it completely without turning away. It is the fire of our compassionate awareness. The metal glows red, then orange, then white hot. It loses its rigidity, its old, misshapen form. It becomes malleable, workable. Then the blacksmith takes the glowing metal from the fire and places it on the anvil of her wisdom, and she begins to hammer. The hammer is the hammer of inquiry, of reflection. With each blow, she asks, "What did this teach me? What strength did I gain from this? How did this open my heart?" The blows are not punishing. They are precise, intentional, shaping. Sparks fly. These are the moments of insight, the flashes of understanding. The loud, clamorous noise of the hammering is the process of actively engaging with our experience, of finding the meaning within the pain. With each cycle of heating and hammering, the metal is purified. The impurities are burned away. The internal structure becomes stronger, more resilient. The blacksmith is not just pounding the metal into a random shape. She has a vision. She is forging a tool, a sharp, useful knife, or a strong, reliable shield. She is transforming the useless, broken scrap into something of great value and beauty. Something stronger and more resilient than it ever was in its original form. This is the alchemy of transmutation. Our suffering is the scrap metal. Our compassionate awareness is the fire that makes it workable. Our mindful reflection is the hammer that shapes it. And the wisdom, strength, and compassion that result are the beautifully forged tool. we can then use to live our lives with greater skill and grace. The core teaching here is that our deepest challenges often contain the seeds of our greatest strengths. The experience of betrayal can be forged into the wisdom of healthy boundaries and a discerning heart. The experience of loss can be forged into a profound capacity for compassion and a deep appreciation for the preciousness of life. The experience of failure can be forged into the invaluable shield of resilience and humility. The experience of anxiety can be forged into the tool of exquisite self-awareness and a deep empathy for the inner turmoil of others. The quiet fire of this practice is not about positive thinking or putting a glossy spin on tragedy. It is not about pretending the scrap metal was beautiful all along. It is about honoring the reality of the pain, the heat of the fire, and then consciously, skillfully, engaging with it to create something of value. It is the ultimate act of spiritual recycling, of refusing to let any part of our life experience go to waste. This is what it means to be a spiritual warrior. Not to be someone who is never wounded, but to be someone who knows how to use their wounds to become stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. Our scars become our beauty. Our brokenness becomes the source of our wholeness. As the poet Rumi said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." The blacksmith does not fear the fire, she uses it. Let us step into our own inner forge and practice this sacred alchemy. Settle into your center. Feel the quiet fire of your own aliveness, the warmth of your own body, the steady rhythm of your own heart. You are the blacksmith of your own soul. Bring to mind again a significant challenge from your past, a piece of scrap metal, an experience that was painful, difficult, or broke you in some way. You have already practiced forgiving those involved, including yourself. You have seen it as the mud for your lotus. Now, we will actively work with its energy. In your mind's eye, see this experience as a piece of rough, misshapen metal. Acknowledge its ugliness, its jagged edges, the rust of old sadness or anger that still clings to it now. Place this piece of metal into the fire of your own loving awareness. Breathe into it. As you breathe, imagine the fire growing hotter, not with anger, but with the pure, white-hot intensity of your willingness to be present. Feel the old, rigid story of the pain begin to soften, to lose its shape, to become malleable. You are not reliving the pain. You are warming the memory of it with the heat of your compassion, making it ready for transformation when it is glowing. Place this softened experience on the great anvil of your present moment wisdom. And now, we will use the hammer of reflective inquiry. We will strike the glowing metal with a series of questions. With each question, a new shape begins to emerge. Let us strike with the first question. Holding that painful experience in the fire of your awareness, ask yourself, what strength was forged in me because of this? Did I find a resilience I never knew I possessed? Did I develop a new kind of courage? Did I learn to stand on my own 2 feet? Let the answer arise, and with that insight, hammer, see the metal begin to change shape. Now, let's heat the metal again in the fire of awareness. Breathe, be present. Place it back on the anvil. Let us strike with the second question. What compassion was born in me because of this? Did this experience open my heart to the suffering of others in a similar situation? Did it soften my judgments? Did it make me a kinder, more empathetic person? As the insight dawns, hammer, see the metal bend and transform. Heat the metal one more time. Feel the intensity, the aliveness. Place it on the anvil. Let us strike with the third question. What wisdom did I gain because of this? What did I learn about life, about myself, about others? What illusions were shattered? What deeper truth was revealed? What will I now carry forward that will help me navigate the future with greater skill? As the wisdom becomes clear, hammer. See the final shape emerge. Look now at what you have created. The ugly, useless piece of scrap metal is gone. In its place is a beautiful object of great value. Perhaps it is a luminous shield, forged from resilience. Perhaps it is a sharp sword of discernment, forged from betrayal. Perhaps it is a key of compassion, forged from loss, that can now open the doors of other people's hearts. This is your treasure. You have not denied your pain. You have honored it by transforming it. You have taken the poison and created medicine. This is the ultimate meaning of your suffering. It was not meaningless. It was the raw material for your own masterpiece. Hold this beautifully forged tool in your hands. Feel its weight, its strength, its purpose. It is yours. You earned it in the fire. It is a testament to your power as the alchemist of your own life. This process of transmutation is the culmination of our journey. It is what allows us to move forward, not just healed, but whole. Not just free from the past, but enriched by it. And so, we come to the final stage of our work together tonight. A conscious, ritualistic act of release. Using all the tools we have gathered to finally let go of what no longer serves us and step fully into the waking dream of a life unburdened. We have traveled a long and winding path together tonight. We have sat with our echoes, examined our attachments, felt the weight of the stones we carry. We have flowed with the river, opened our hands, and looked into the mirror of our pain. We have emptied our boats, let the footprints fade, and showered ourselves with the gentle rain of compassion. We have tended the flower bud of our healing with patience, anchored ourselves in the breath, watched the clouds of thought, settled the pool of our mind, felt the unseen threads of connection, and forged our pain into wisdom in the quiet fire of our hearts. We have gathered all the tools. We have provisioned our boat. We stand now at the very edge of the dock, ready to consciously, fully, and finally release the last lines that tie us to the shore of our old suffering. This final part of our journey is a ritual. It is a ceremony of release. Rituals are powerful because they speak the language of the subconscious. They take an inner intention and make it an outer reality, a felt experience. And the heart of our ritual tonight will be the most powerful and intimate tool we have. The releasing breath. Let us imagine a child standing in an open field, holding the string of a single, bright red balloon. The balloon represents a hurt, a worry, a piece of pain that the child has been holding on to. The child has been clutching the string tightly, so tightly that their knuckles are white. They have been looking at the balloon, obsessing over it, guarding it. But now they have made a decision. They have decided to let it go. They bring the balloon before them, and they consciously, with great intention, whisper a goodbye to it. They thank it for the lessons it taught them. And then they take a deep breath in, and as they breathe out, they open their hand. The string slips through their fingers. The balloon, suddenly free, leaps toward the sky. The child watches as it gets smaller and smaller, a receding speck of red against the vast blue, until it disappears completely. And the child is left standing in the field, their hand now open and empty, a feeling of lightness and spaciousness. In their heart, this is the ritual we will now enact within ourselves. Our breath will be the hand that lets go. The exhale will be the release. The pain is the balloon, and the vast open sky is the peace that awaits. The core teaching here is that release is not a passive waiting. It is an active, conscious choice. It is a decision that we make, supported by our intention and empowered by our mindful practice. We have done the work of understanding the pain. We have done the work of transforming it. Now, we simply have to open our hand and let it go. The releasing breath is the physical embodiment of this spiritual choice. The inhale is the gathering of our intention, our presence, our courage. The exhale is the great letting go, the surrendering of the burden to the vastness of what is. The metaphor of the releasing breath is beautifully simple. With every breath we take, we have a choice. We can hold on to the stale air of the past, or we can exhale it completely to make space for the fresh, new air of the present moment. Most of us live our lives taking shallow breaths, never fully exhaling, and so we carry around a residue of old, stagnant energy. This practice is about learning to exhale completely, to empty ourselves so that we can be filled anew. Let us begin our ceremony of release. Find your final posture of stillness. For our journey tonight, let it be a posture of dignity, of readiness, of quiet power. You are the child in the field. You are the master of this ceremony. Close your eyes. Bring your awareness fully into your body. Feel your connection to the earth. Feel the space around. You take a moment to call to mind the central lingering pain that you have been working with tonight. The echo in the empty room. See it now, not as a terrifying monster, but as something you understand. You know its origins, its purpose, its lessons. See it with a compassionate, knowing heart, and see that the time has come to release it. See it as the red balloon. Now, we will begin a cycle of releasing breaths. I will guide you. Let us begin by simply exhaling. Push all the air out of your lungs. Gently contract your abdomen to empty yourself completely. Now, inhale slowly and deeply through your nose for a count of 4. As you inhale, you are not just breathing in air. You are breathing in courage. You are breathing in strength. You are breathing in the firm, clear intention to release. 1, 2, 3, 4, now. Hold the breath at the top just for a moment. Hold the intention. Feel the readiness. And now, exhale through your mouth with a soft, audible sigh for a count of 8. As you exhale, you are opening your hand. You are letting go of the string. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 6, 8. Visualize the balloon rising, floating away. Let's do this again. Inhale your intention, your strength, your readiness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it. Feel the decision. And now, exhale and release. Let it go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Watch the balloon drift higher again. Inhale the present moment. Inhale your freedom. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. And now, exhale the past. Exhale the burden. Exhale the story. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The balloon is a small speck now. One final time with your whole being. Breathe in the vast open sky of your own awareness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold this. Peace. And now, release any final, lingering attachment to the pain. Let it dissolve completely. Exhale, 1 3 4 5 6 7 8. It is gone now. Let your breath return to its natural rhythm, and just sit for a moment in the afterglow of this release. What do you feel? Notice the lightness in your heart. Notice the spaciousness in your mind. Your hand is open. The sky is clear. You are free. This practice of releasing breath is a tool you can carry with you always. Anytime you feel the old pain or a new worry begin to arise, you can perform this simple ritual. Inhale your intention to be free. Exhale and let the burden go. It is a way of continuously cleaning the slate, of choosing peace over pain, moment by moment, you have done the work. You have walked the path. You have released the burden. And now, only one thing remains: to walk out of this inner world of practice and into the outer world of your life, carrying not the weight of your past, but the wisdom you have gained from it. It is time to step into the waking dream of a life lived beyond the shadow of pain. We have arrived at the end of our journey together tonight, but also at a new beginning. We began in the quiet twilight, acknowledging a lingering pain, a shadow that clung to us. We have walked a long path through the inner landscapes of the heart and mind, and we emerge now into the soft light of a new dawn. The journey of healing is not about arriving at a destination where pain no longer exists. It is about arriving at a state of being where pain no longer has the power to define us. It is to awaken from the dream of our suffering into the vivid, vibrant reality of our life as it is. Let us close with one final story. A student, after many years of dedicated practice with his master, finally had a profound awakening experience. For days, he was filled with a sense of boundless peace and clarity. The world seemed luminous, transparent, and perfect. He went to his master, eager to share his new, enlightened state. "Master," he said, his face radiant, "I've found it. The suffering is gone. The struggle is over. There is only peace. I will never suffer again." The master smiled, poured him a cup of tea, and said, "That is wonderful. Now drink your tea." A few weeks later, the student's old anxieties and frustrations began to creep back in. A fellow monk irritated him. He felt a pang of jealousy. He experienced a moment of deep sadness. He was horrified. He ran to his master in a panic. "Master, I've lost it," he cried. "The peace is gone. The suffering has returned. What did I do wrong?" The master smiled the same, infuriatingly. Calm smile. He poured him another cup of tea. "Ah," he said, "you did not lose it. You are simply learning what it truly is. Awakening is not the end of waves on the ocean. It is the realization that you are the ocean. Now, drink your tea." This is the final, crucial teaching. True freedom, the freedom we have been cultivating all night, is not the absence of pain, but the ability to meet life as it is, with an open, wise, and compassionate heart. It is the ability to be the ocean, vast and deep enough to hold all. The weather that passes upon its surface, the sunny days and the stormy nights. It is to drink our tea, whether our mind is peaceful or turbulent. It is to live our life fully and completely, without waiting for all our problems to be solved. The metaphor for this new way of being is that of a waking dream. When you are trapped in a nightmare, the dream feels completely real. The monster is terrifying. The danger is imminent. The suffering is absolute. Then you have a moment of lucid awareness. You realize, oh, this is a dream. In that instant, the monster loses its power. The dream may continue, but you are no longer a victim within it. You are the aware dreamer, watching it unfold with a sense of curiosity, even playfulness. Our old, painful narratives are like this nightmare. We were trapped within them, believing them to be reality. The practices we have explored tonight are the tools for cultivating this lucid awareness. We have woken up within the dream of our life. We now see that our thoughts are just thoughts, our feelings are just feelings, and our stories are just stories.